Greetings, folks. Thanks for tuning in to 2K Sport. Brent, tonight we got a great front court matchup.
Yeah, this is a game, BA, I think that has been circled on the calendar. These guys are competitive, but there are positional rivalries that do exist, and the only way you can measure up is standing across from your opponent. We've got that here tonight. Who's going to get the best of who?
A look at Cleveland's opening lineup. At the 4 and the 5, the lengthy pair of Mobley and Allen. Mitchell on the wing with Strus. And it's Garland in at the 1. Towns outside. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. They'll pin that one on Jared Allen.
For a big, Towns is an effective free throw shooter. You really can't give him too many looks from the line.
Good on both.
Well, a big fellow with the ability and confidence at the free throw line is something that every team wants. Don't have to make those late substitutions. Keep your big guys on the floor.
The 3, Allen fires in the triple.
That is far beyond his usual range. Wow, Allen catching that stretch big fever.
And Brent, this Knicks team, they've taken on the identity of their head coach.
Well, BA, isn't it interesting? Tom Thibodeau, lots of scuttlebutt about him as the coach. And then they brought in players that kind of fit the coach. They play hard, they play defense first, they play a ton of minutes, but this team is gritty and they don't give up.
All right, let's get a report from Allie.
Tom Thibodeau gave me a few minutes to catch up with him. We talked about how his team is prepared to defend against Darius Garland, and Coach said we need to communicate and stay on our toes defensively, whether it's scoring or passing the ball. Garland is a creative player who knows how to manipulate opposing defenses. We should be able to hear his defense talking tonight, guys.
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. They get the rebound. Here's Mobley. Oh, sinks it after the cagey pump fake. Nice.
Good things come to those who hustle. He creates the second chance opportunity.
Towns can't get it to go.
He creates such a great opportunity right at the rim, and he just can't get it to go. Even with the defense not really a factor.
And that's a foul called on OG Anunoby. That's his first foul of the game. Garland against Brunson. Mobley, left side. And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That's his first foul.
First personal foul. Second team foul.
And the first quarter of action, 2 minutes in. And Mikal Bridges picks up the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game.
And there's just one foul now away from the penalty.
Brunson against Garland. And he lobs it up top. Mobley, no good.
Looking for the spectacular and coming up empty.
Yeah, you can see when it's that close, players react. You just, oh man, we just missed that one. Maybe they'll get another chance at it.
It's scooped up. Outside Anunoby. Bridges against Mitchell. Back to Anunoby. 5 on the clock. They set a pick. Goes back up. That one rolls around and rims out. And so it's Allen who brings up the ball for Cleveland. Inside. So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting.
Yeah, you never want to let shots at the rim go uncontested.
First trip to the line for him here.
Mobley at the line. 2 shots.
And he's good on the second. First quarter of basketball. Just over 2.5 minutes played so far. Here's Brunson outside. New York again can't hit. Cleveland has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Mobley down low. He's covered by Hart.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Mobley is screen on Brunson. Garland, the pass to Mobley. Out of bounds. It'll be New York's ball.
Unforced turnovers. They'll drive your coach insane.
New York trailing, with Brunson being undersized. He has such a great feel for how to create space, Brent.
Incredible footwork, BA, the way he puts the needle on the record and just scratches it and pivots around and makes defenders jump and move. Amazing manipulation skills at the point guard position for a guy his size to get it done in the painted area.
Now here's Garland. He's scoreless. Allen with a screen on Brunson. Garland, the pass to Allen. And it's Allen who slams it home.
Well, the defense has got to bring a little bit more. Hitting Allen like that is not going to prevent him from scoring.
The kick out to Brunson. Towns, a screen on Garland. Towns outside, beyond the arc. And the Knicks, another three.
Defensively, you can't afford to get stuck on the pick.
That's one that the coaches will watch tomorrow with that player. You hate to see him give up in that situation.
Allen with a screen on Anunoby. Strus the pass to Allen. Back to Strus. Mobley, a screen on Anunoby. Outside for Mitchell. Three-pointer. Sinks it from distance.
And normally Mitchell wants his shot head on, but you give him the corner and he will adapt.
Brunson passes to Hart. Pass to Towns. Ooh, stolen by Allen. 8-second difference between the shot clock and game clock. Outside Strus. Mobley, a screen on Brunson. Strus the pass to Mobley. Out to Garland. Launches a three. Jalen Brunson grabs a miss. Bridges right side. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him. I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Hart from long range. It's a tie game in New York. And we'll get the second quarter underway on the up. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after this first quarter of play. All right, before we move on, what do you guys think about what we've seen from the Knicks?
Well, it's simple. I mean, they started off strong, and they've been hot from beyond the arc since the get-go.
They just couldn't seem to know what it was that they needed to do and how to stick them from outside. The defense pretty lost.
All right, on the floor for Cleveland, getting going in the second. Strus at small forward with Mobley next to him. Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. And it's Allen in at the 5 down low. Now here's Brunson. Towns outside. Back to Brunson. Pass to Hart. Now Towns. And stolen by Mobley. Strus finds Allen. Here's Garland. Back to Strus. From the arc. Hart pulls it in. New York has gone 3 of 5 from the perimeter in this game. Brunson with it. Picked up by Allen. Back to Brunson. The three ball. Yes, sir! Brunson for 3.
Really quick release there from Brunson. Let that one go in a hurry.
Garland, the pass to Allen. Back to Garland. There's the triple. Cleveland again missing. New York leading by 5. They've been taking care of business.
Especially at the offensive end, where they've been totally in sync.
Here's Brunson. The Knicks rebound. Pass to Hart. To the paint. Clock at 6. Towns can't get it to go.
And even though he couldn't send the shot back at him, he certainly altered it.
Yeah, that's the kind of energy that you want to see on every possession throughout the game.
Well, Brent, we hear the term empty stats ever so often. What are your thoughts about that phrase?
BA, when you play such a long season, there are going to be nights where the game is not all that competitive. But we also know that throughout the course of long seasons, there are teams that are not going to be competitive. Still, those guys going out there on a nightly basis and putting up their numbers, getting those reps in, it means they're capable.
Hart finds Brunson. Outside Hart. Outside Anunoby. Towns outside. Over Strus. That's good from Towns. On the assist from Anunoby. Towns has got 7 points.
Yeah, look at Towns being patient, not rushing himself just because of the shot clock.
Knicks leading by 5. Brunson with it. Picked up by Allen. Brunson looks it over. Back to Towns. Oh, he powers right through the defender for the dunk. Draws the foul, too. And he'll go to the line. Max Strus picks one up. And what do you guys think so far about the offensive approach for New York?
Well, we're in the era of the three-point basket. So if you want to win games in this league, you have to connect from deep. And they have been thus far.
Let's make sure that that selfish nerve doesn't get tapped, because right now there's great ball movement. They're setting each other up. Let's see if that maintains.
Now here's Garland. Still no points. Drills it from deep.
Just got to be able to read from the point guard position, and Garland did a nice job there.
And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
First personal foul.
That one on
Second
Mitchell.
team foul.
New York shooting their 4th and 5th attempts at the free throw line tonight.
At the line, 2 shots.
And he sinks the second. Quarter number 2 and around 3 minutes gone by. Brunson against Garland. Out to Mobley. On the wing, Mitchell.
First half, 2 minutes.
Mobley, a screen on Bridges. Mitchell misses. Knicks leading by 6. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Hart against Strus. Hart passes to Towns. 6 to shoot. Back to Hart. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. And pushing it up. Here's Cleveland. Got a hand on it.
Love the aggressiveness Bridges plays with on the defensive end, rejecting the shot.
Mitchell. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
Everyone in the building saw the obvious contact.
And he'll take his 3rd and 4th free throws of the night. Both free throws good from Mitchell. Closing in on 4 minutes played here in the second quarter. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for New York. They lead by 4. And the rebound goes to Cleveland. Mobley deciding where to go with it. Here's Mitchell. Outside Strus. Bridges against Allen. Just 5 on the clock. Allen a screen. Here's Strus. Here's Mobley. And it's rebounded by Karl Anthony Towns. Towns has got rebound number 7 tonight. And we've got a whistle. He was fouling with a purpose. And in that spot, in that situation, it's got to be a transition take foul.
Well, the lefty listed at 6'1", Jalen Brunson, is a bit of a different matchup. He's just so physical, and he can play on and off the ball. Dare I call it funky?
Strus the pass to Mitchell. Mobley a screen on Bridges. Pass to Allen. Oh, from deep. That bucket makes him 3 for 5.
That's a key to provide some spacing for this offense if Jared Allen can be confident and knock down shots like that.
And the basket by Towns.
And he was dominant in their last outing. And the same thing here tonight. He is in a terrific group right now.
Seems to be nobody standing in his way. No roadblocks for him to get to his spot, capitalize, and continue to be aggressive.
Garland finds Mobley. Shoots over Hart. Oh, and he hits it at the buzzer.
Great job ending the quarter on a high note.
Thanks very much, Allie. And folks, we'll be right back to start the second half of this game. And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been a fairly even one. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
I like how they control the tempo and play to his strengths.
Yeah, this is going that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
We've got OG Anunoby. Jalen Brunson is out there with Mikal Bridges. Then it's Josh Hart. And it's Towns in at the 5. That's the 5 for New York right now. He shoots. Mobley, no good. New York leading by 4. Pass to Hart. Towns outside. Anunoby a screen on Strus. Towns passes to Anunoby. Soft touch off the glass. Anunoby's gotten his second bucket on the night.
Yeah, just a solid passer. Towns relishes his role as leader of this team, wanting to set up his teammates.
And here's Mitchell. No good on the triple.
And he almost made them regret defending him so loosely.
Oh, what a performance offensively.
They're really rolling at that end. Excellent game plan.
Kicks it out to Anunoby. No good on the three. Cavaliers trail by 6. Mobley with it, and Bridges picks him up defensively. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Garland does a good job there getting the shot up into the air while he's being fouled.
That one falls, so he hits both of them.
Well, when he gets into a groove at the free throw line, it doesn't just last for tonight. This might be 2 weeks, 2 months, something like that.
Kicks it out to Anunoby. Lets it go from deep. That one's good. And it's Towns with the assist. Towns has got 3 assists in the game. Garland, the pass to Allen. Got a piece of it. Stolen by Bridges. And now the Knicks on the break. And Anunoby gets it to go. And it's a 9-point Knick lead.
That was execution to perfection. Textbook transition offense.
Yeah, once you burst through a seam like that, you got to look right towards the rim. Sweet play.
And we're just about 2 minutes into the final half of play now. Out to Bridges. Back to Towns. Another one falls for New York.
Their offense has been unstoppable, just firing on all cylinders.
I mean, this team is just dangerous. Right now, every shot that they're putting up feels like it's going in.
The drive by Mobley. Pass to Allen. Can they get it? Over Towns. Now here's Garland from behind the arc. Counted from distance. Garland's got 5.
Well, Garland, a volume shooter right now from deep. He's capable of getting hot.
The kick out to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Garland. Here's Brunson. Oh, and there's the whistle on the shot. So 2 free throws for him coming up.
First personal foul.
It's going to be Evan Mobley.
Man, good whistle there.
This is his second trip to the free throw line in this one. Well, I don't think anyone predicted that Jalen Brunson would become the player he is today, Grant.
Yeah, that's for sure, B.A. Or he definitely wouldn't have been a second-round pick. He's a hard worker, a competitor, and an elite offensive player. And he's easily led the way on the boards tonight.
He's been everywhere, and collecting those rebounds, that ends any kind of offensive possession and gets them started.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Well, I know they don't have mobile devices out there for texting, so they might as well talk to one another.
And Garland does a little bit of everything. A versatile guard with a bright future.
On the night, he's 2 for 2 at the stripe.
Garland at the line. 2 shots.
Garland hits them both. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. Towns, left side. Just under 3.5 minutes played here in the third quarter. Pass to Hart. Back to Towns. The shot misses. Nice D from Allen. The Cavaliers trail by 10. Out to Mobley. From deep, Strus. No good there. For New York, they've gone 6 for 9 in the half. Here's Brunson outside. Nails it from 3. Brunson's got 13 now.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
Allen, pass to Mitchell. Cleveland again missing. And the Knicks with possession. They're on an 18-7 run. Towns outside. 41 seconds left to play in the third quarter of basketball. Count the basket.
And what a luxury to have a big man who can score like Towns. He's been unstoppable here.
Here's Garland. Allen outside. He shoots a 3. And the basket's good. Off the assist from Garland. 11 points in the game. New York leading by 12. Outside Brunson. Hard up top. Over Garland. Again, the Knicks. Good for 2 more.
Hart just whipping it away quickly, not giving the defender time to close out.
Garland against Brunson. Mobley, a screen on Brunson. The 3 from Mitchell. That misses. Would have counted had it gone. And so it's the New York Knicks. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, just shredding the defense with that feed. Zero chance to stop that.
That's what great passing will do for you right there, dissecting the defense with that play.
And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. On the court right now for Cleveland, Garland and Mitchell, the talented 1 and 2. Strus at small forward with Mobley next to him. And it's Allen in at the center position. And here's Brunson from the arc. The Cavaliers pull it in. Allen's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here's Mitchell. Ooh, Mitchell just muscling his way in.
Look at Mitchell's commitment to his shot. Doesn't let the contact slow him down.
Brunson against Garland. And Brunson gets it to go. Brunson's got 9 points here in the second half.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Mitchell finds Strus. And a miss there with a chance to cut the lead to single digits. Outside Brunson from downtown. And it's Brunson again missing. The Cavaliers trail by 12. Mitchell, the pass to Allen. Strus with a screen on Hart. Mobley. Got it. Good job in the low post. Mobley's got 4 points now in the quarter.
Now that play never gets old. The pick and roll will still be an offensive staple 100 years from now. Trust me.
Towns, a screen on Garland. Kicks it out Towns. Jacks up a 3. The rebound by Allen. Allen's got 6 rebounds in the game. Garland for 3. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Towns is... Now here's Brunson. Towns outside. Pass to Bridges. Back to Towns. New York, no good that time either.
That might not be the shot they want him taking, even with the D backing off.
Strus with the bucket.
That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
Bridges against Mitchell. Bridges passes to Hart. Here's Anunoby. Hart with a screen on Strus. Back to Hart. The kick out to Brunson. This one for 3. Nice D from Garland. Cavaliers trail by 7. Pass to Mitchell. Launches it. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Outside Brunson. Towns, a screen on Mitchell. Towns outside. He converts the layup.
And he is a force in the paint. Towns is such a huge presence inside for them.
Outside Mitchell. Mitchell on the inside.
Yes, sir! That's what you tune in right there. Wow.
Darius Garland.
Oh, guys. I mean, this crowd is in awe of that Mitchell dunk. Heck, I'm in awe, too.
Bridges outside. The rebound by Allen. Allen's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Mobley against Bridges. Here's Garland. And he drops in the layup off the glass. And now just a 5-point New York lead.
They had to get something, and Darius coming up big.
Bridges on the wing. Checked by Mitchell. Bridges passes to Towns. Off with the layup. Now the Cavaliers with it. They're on a 13-4 run. Pass to Garland. Baseline try. And it's good. What a beautiful shot. Brings it within 3.
Oh, what a make by Garland. That takes ice water veins to get done.
And this is so critical. They now have to score every trip up the floor.
Nope. Every opportunity here have to have flawless execution.
They'll probably slow things down now.
Burn the clock while you have the lead. I like that.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Bridges passes to Hart. Money!
They've been battling all night. Now they're on the brink of putting this game away.
No, great job of getting in position to win a game. It's been an all-out effort from the squad.
Knocked loose. Anunoby for 3. No good. And so it's New York winning this one. This one, Allie, thank you as always. And that'll do it, folks. For Brent Berry, Allie.
All the talk, Greg, leading up to this one has been about the impact of the backcourt.
And that's where it all starts. When you have a confident and competent backcourt, it just opens up a lot of things for you offensively.
And the starting lineup for the Timberwolves. Conley and Edwards are the guards. McDaniels is out there with Randall, and it's Gobert in at the 5, roaming the paint.
I'll tell you, you give Conley the ball and trust him to make the right decision.
Pass to Towns. Randall against Hart. Towns the screen. Out to the wing. From deep. Rudy Gobert with the rebound.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
Now McDaniels. Gobert the screen. McDaniels against Anunoby. Over in the corner, Randall. 4 on the shot clock. Fires, high post. A shot by McDaniels, no good. And so it's Hart who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. And the defense of the Timberwolves stand as good as it gets.
Well, Kevin, they can compete with anyone when it comes to size, not just up front, but on the wings. They're long and athletic, but it all comes down to execution, and they get it done.
And when Randall gets rolling on the drive, there's almost no stopping him. His size and athleticism are going to get him to the hoop.
Brunson, good.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
Well, when you are the aggressor this early, it is intimidating.
Knocked loose. Bridges kicks to Hart. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Michael Conley.
Mike Conley.
That's his first foul.
First personal foul. First team foul.
It's stolen by Edwards. And so it looks like the Timberwolves will retain possession here. The Timberwolves have gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. Conley surveying the D. And here we go. Towns heading to the hoop. And Towns throws it down.
And he also brings the hustle to the table. Towns doesn't wait when the break is on. He's quick to get up the court.
Now here's Conley. To the middle. Here's Gobert. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down.
And we talk about the importance of protecting the rim. Right there, outstanding defense.
With how fast Brunson plays, his pull-up is really unguarded.
Conley finds Gobert. Oh, here's Edwards. Defended by Bridges. Pass to Conley. McDaniels with the ball. Nice ball movement by Minnesota.
2 minutes.
Stolen by Anunoby. And Anunoby slams it in.
And you can't afford to lose Anunoby in transition. As soon as he has a step on you, it's over.
It's time now to hear from our Hall of Fame reporter, David Aldridge. What's the latest, David?
Kevin, when you look at the draft, it seems talent evaluators have a type. Ron James says our league is always hungry for potential. That's the whole focus of the lottery. It makes sense that those guys who are taken 16 through 30 are on real contending teams and making impacts. Of course, Kevin, everybody wants to draft the next LeBron. Good luck with that.
Or work with the next David Aldridge, a Hall of Famer. David, thank you. Out to the right wing. To the left wing. Bridges against Conley. Randall from outside. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
Doesn't register as a block, but he did everything you want defending that shot.
Well, you know, sometimes the most pivotal plays don't always go on the stat sheet.
Second team foul.
Minnesota on D. They trail by 9 points. There's 53 seconds left in the first quarter. Gobert with a screen for Conley. Will it go? And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line.
I like seeing Conley look for his shot because it puts defenses in compromising situations.
And that one falls for Mike Conley. And that's good as he hits both of his shots.
I'm sure they don't want to send him to the line. That has to be in their scouting report.
Pass to Brunson. Towns in the corner. And McDaniels with the block. And that's out of bounds. It was last touched by McDaniels. .34 seconds left to play in the first. Timberwolves trail by 7. Here's Edwards. And the layup falls.
Just a ferocious play by Edwards. Taking the contact but staying committed to his finish.
Outside, Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. 10 points for Karl Anthony Towns.
Yeah, showing off that ability to stretch the floor. Seems like everyone is a threat at the arc these days.
And the rejection by Towns. And that would have counted, but his shot was off the mark this time. It's been all about Karl Anthony. And for those of you just tuning in, the second quarter of action is where we're at right now. And guys, let's get your take on the hustle stats for the Knicks.
Well, they're playing with great pace, pushing the ball up the floor and attacking before the defense can get set.
And guys, they've also done a great job generating offense from their defense, forcing turnovers and making the defense pay for those mistakes.
We've got Jalen Brunson. Hart is out there with Anunoby. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Bridges in at the 2. That's the 5 for New York right now. Brunson with a clean look. His three-pointers off the mark. Timberwolves trail by 6. Right side, Conley. Let's go. And the jumper is on the mark. Conley's got 9.
Well, Conley has that steady floor general demeanor. They love to have him running the pick and roll.
With this screen on Conley. Brunson with it. Now defended by Randall. Pass to Bridges. Edwards with the block.
Well, I love whenever Edwards is disengaged defensively. Excellent job coming up with the block.
Quarter number 2. We're about a minute in. Clobbered on the shot. He'll shoot free throws. There has been, Coach, a lot of talk about how players today are better than ever before. Do you agree with that?
Well, absolutely. Isn't that the way evolution works?
Right.
Kevin, they're bigger, stronger, faster, but everyone builds on the players who came before them, and the guys today would not be where they are without the guys before who laid the foundation for them.
And so it's New York with it after the basket by Minnesota. Stolen by Michael Conley. Edwards against Anunoby. Gobert with a screen on Anunoby. Edwards passes to Gobert. And finished off by Gobert.
Not stopping that. Gobert from there is right around 100%.
Here's Towns. Laid in with a nice touch off the glass. 12 points for him.
Yeah, there it is again. On a lot of their possessions this first half, they've established great inside position.
Conley dishes to Randall. A miss that time. Would have put him up. And so Anunoby will bring it up for New York. Their biggest lead of the game was 9. The dig out to Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists now in this one. Timberwolves trail by 5.
Next lead, 22.
Outside Edwards. Randall a screen on Bridges. Edwards no good.
Oh, you gotta finish at the rim right there. You hate seeing those opportunities go to waste.
And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Offensive rebound. Out to Brunson. Anunoby has the open look. A three-pointer, no good. Timberwolves have gone 4 of 6 from the field here in the second. Edwards. The Knicks pull it in.
2 minutes.
And despite his young age, Coach Van Gundy, Anthony Edwards' leadership qualities growing day by day.
Yeah, Kevin, and a lot of it's because he is great at both ends of the court. Confident, charismatic, upbeat. He's learning that delicate balance between taking over a game and bringing his teammates along for the ride.
And here's Edwards after the three-pointer from Karl Anthony Towns.
And you can learn a lot about rebounding by watching this guy. Look at the fundamentals there on the box out.
To the inside. And finished off by Gobert.
Well, Conley is a consummate team player. He loves to get other guys good shots.
Pass to Brunson. Some nice passing by New York here. Here's Hart. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2.
Wow, he got whacked on that one. Shouldn't be much debate there.
This is his first free throw of the game.
And taking a look back at his performance at the line a year ago, rock solid 79%.
Timberwolves trail by 8. Gobert the screen. Here's Conley. And foul on the shot, so he'll get a chance at the line.
Yeah, good job to take it right at them.
The Timberwolves have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2. And Conley drops them both. 56 seconds left here in the second. Brunson against Gobert. Anunoby kicks to Bridges. And here's Brunson outside. Hands it from downtown. Brunson's got the lead up to 9 now for New York. Conley, the pass to McDaniels. Back to Conley. Up top, Gobert. Randall surveying the D. Gobert, no good. Now the Knicks with it. They're on a 13-4 run. Anunoby passes to Brunson. And Towns the bucket on the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 4th assist in this one.
32-21.
Bridges against Edwards. Pass to Randall to the right side. With 2 seconds left. No good on the layup. And we've reached halftime in this one. New York ahead as they end the second quarter on a 15-4. Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot. Drums, please. They're measuring up the shot.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Karl Anthony Towns has been sensational.
Well, through the first 2, he has been nothing short of a marksman from deep.
Yeah, he's been locked in tonight. Through the first 2 quarters, he's been a huge factor from outside.
And so in the game for the Timberwolves, Edwards on the wing. He's joined by McDaniel. Julius Randle is out there with Gobert, and it's Conley in at the 1.
You know what? Tried to step in and cut him off, but just didn't get there quick enough.
Bridges, no one around him. Kept alive by New York. Stolen by McDaniels. And now here comes Conley leading the break. Stolen by Brunson. A 3 ball. Brunson drops it in from the arc. Wow.
I love that they're continuing to attack despite being up big.
Yeah, they're being absolutely relentless. Building this lead in every way possible.
Gobert with a screen on Hart. The offensive rebound. Randall no good. The Knicks leading by 14. Knocks it loose. It's stolen by Randall. Outside Conley. Down low. Gobert finds Randall. Back to Gobert. And too much time in the lane. They get called for the 3-second violation.
And it's easy to give up after a play like that, but this team needs to keep fighting.
Yeah, it's definitely a momentum shifter, but it's time to refocus, make smart decisions, and start fighting their way back.
Here's Brunson, and a lot of contact on that one, so he'll shoot 2 here. It's going to be on Rudy Gobert. Hey, Stan, I've always wondered, back when you were coaching, college or pro, what was your defensive philosophy?
Well, I think, first of all, Kevin, we always wanted to take away the easy baskets. In other words, we're going to get back in transition, not give away fast breaks. We are going to try to protect the paint and make sure we're not giving away layups. And we didn't want to foul unnecessarily and give away free throws.
With a short break in the action gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Kevin, the last few years, we saw teams giving up bounties worth of draft picks and trades for star players. But with teams now possessing more roster spots to develop prospects, and about 3/4 of the tradable picks hoarded by just a third of the NBA's teams, we may not see so many picks given up moving forward. Kevin?
You're exactly right, David. Something certainly to keep an eye on. And there's Brunson. That's good on the assist by Towns.
And man, can Brunson get going in a hurry? He's got his fingerprints all over this one.
Here's Randall. And off the fryer, and in it goes. Randall's got 6.
Now that's a high percentage look when the D doesn't fight over the screen.
Yeah, it's certainly worth it to disrupt the offense. Coaches notice that extra effort.
And on an open look like that, he's very gifted at making the weak coverage pay.
Lets the 3 fly. Rebounded by Hart. And so it's Hart who brings up the ball for New York. Back to Towns. Pass to Hart. And here is Bridges. No scoring in this one. Towns with the bucket.
And drifting to the corner and finding some space, Towns can exploit any gap in the defense.
Knicks lead, 42.
And here's Conley outside. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Towns has got the glass covered here tonight. 11 boards for him. An intentional foul committed, but for what purpose, Greg, I'm not sure.
A scene of confusion right there. I can't imagine why he thought it was a good idea to foul there.
And now they decide to foul intentionally.
Yeah, not sure what that was about. I mean, talk about a brain cramp.
The Knicks have shot 67% from the line tonight, going 4-6.
You know, the size, talent, and fearlessness of Towns is a lethal concoction, a prime-time player who poses many problems for the defense.
New York leading by 19 points, and he commits the intentional foul.
Oh no, he's the last guy you want to put on the line. You can just about book the points every time he steps up.
The line, 2 shots.
And Towns drops them both. Timberwolves trail by 21. Outside Conley. They need this. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got rebound number 12 here already in the game. And now we've got the intentional foul. This is his first trip to the line tonight.
And last season he was successful 81% of the time when he went to the line, so he didn't waste a lot of opportunities.
Both free throws good from Bridges. Minnesota's gotten off to a very slow start from three-point range in the second half. They're 0 for 4. Gobert with a screen for Edwards. Nice ball movement by Minnesota. A nice shot by McDaniel.
Just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
Brunson outside. To the wing on the left. Towns kicks to Brunson. And he can't answer back. The three-pointer offline. Out of bounds. New York takes possession.
You know, he should know better. A pass like that is going to wind up as a turnover more often than not.
New York leading by 20. Right wing, Towns, wide open. That falls. Nice feed that time from Brunson. Brunson's got 5 assists tonight.
50-28.
Has to Gobert. This one for 3. It's hauled in by Karl-Anthony Towns. And the Knicks with possession. They're on an 18-7 run. From outside the arc, Julius Randle with the rebound. Randle's got rebound number 7 for him tonight. And Anunoby sends it back. Out of bounds, Timberwolves ball as Minnesota keeps possession. Stolen away. Nice job to interrupt the alley-oop attempt there. And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball. And he's got his first chance at the line here. New York's gone a less than productive 2 of 6 from three-point land in the second half. And the foul called on Edwards. That's his 3rd foul so far. Bonus situation in effect, so we'll head to the free throw line for 2. He'll take his 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the game right here. So he gets them both. Here's Randle. 6 points for him. Shoots over Anunoby. Randle with the bucket. Randle's got 8 points.
You know, they like Randle to be an offensive presence in the paint. They want him to be an option on every possession.
Towns looking it over. Can't drop the tough three-pointer. And so it's the New York Knicks riding high with a 23-point lead heading into the break. And with the 4th quarter upon us, time is running out for this game to become competitive. The Knicks leading by 23. Karl-Anthony Towns is out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Bridges. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Anunoby in at the small forward. That's the 5 for New York right now.
55-30.
Conley the pass to Gobert. Looking to get back on track here. He's off on that one. Towns with the defensive effort. New York shooting 53% from the floor. They're locked in. Rebounded by the Timberwolves.
He'll probably hear about that shot selection when he gets back to the bench. Maybe not their best option.
And so the ball out of bounds. Gobert touched it last. A new lineup here for the Timberwolves. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for the Knicks. They lead by the biggest margin of the game, 25. And there's the call on Dante DiVincenzo. That's his first foul.
Yeah, clearly a foul of frustration right there.
And it's Towns missing. The Timberwolves shooting 31%, not looking sharp offensively, to say the least.
Whoa, that'll wake you up.
He is such a great athlete. The Knicks have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the 4th quarter. From 13, Towns dishes to Bridges. Here's Anunoby. Trains it from beyond the arc.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
DiVincenzo. And a kind roll that time off the rim as that one falls.
Well, he got to his spot in the mid-range, and that's a shot he's going to make more often than not.
And there's the foul. It'll go on Joe Ingles. That's his first foul.
Second team foul.
Bridges for 3. Sinks the three-pointer. Dan, you've been on the bench in the NBA for many decades. What were some of your biggest pet peeves as a coach?
Oh, my gosh, Kevin, that would be a long list. But the 2 biggest would be this. I think, number 1, anytime there was a lack of effort. You're not running back on defense, things like that. That I had a hard time tolerating. And then mental breakdowns, things we had prepared for over and over and over again. And then guys just zone out and forget what they're supposed to do. Those were things that were hard to tolerate.
Especially when you would take such care in preparing them in every way. It's got to be just, excruciating.
Frustrating as heck. Well, you couldn't ask for a better look. That's one he's got to knock down.
From deep Ingles. Rebounded by Hart. Hart's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Brunson. Rebounded by the Timberwolves. Reeves got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Miller outside. Here's Alexander Walker. And the 3 ball is good. Alexander Walker's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Well, the defense gave that away. He's a skilled shooter who you have to contest.
And that one's good. Brunson.
Great jumper there from Brunson, living off that mid-range.
It's rebounded by New York. Brunson's got 4 rebounds in this game. Here's Towns. And that one comes up a bit short.
Yeah, loose coverage by the defense, but he just couldn't make them pay.
Here's Hart. Towns finds Anunoby. New York moving it around. And Hart has it in the corner. Here's Towns. Rebounded by the Timberwolves.
That's a shot he's got to hit. You don't get many looks better from that range. And so it's going to end up in the record books as a blowout, a dominating performance for New York.
It was a standout performance across the board.
I mean, it was like watching a cat play with a mouse. They were able to do more or less whatever they wanted.
And one of the key components to this victory, if not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Karl Anthony Towns.
He has really stood out tonight with his work on the glass. You can see the extra effort coming through.
Alexander Walker. The assist, Naz Reid.
New York's gone 2 of 3 in the 4th quarter from long range. Good shooting so far. Miller with a screen on Brunson. Here's Reed. And Mikal Bridges pulls it down. And so it's New York with it. Towns kicks to Bridges. Here's Anunoby. Towns, the pass to Hart. Bridges outside. Second shot opportunity, and he gets the bucket.
Impressive job by the players, coaches, and don't discount the impact of these fans.
No, I'd be lying if I said the crowd doesn't have an impact. It certainly felt from the head coach all the way down.
And he makes the first.
Dante DiVincenzo at the line.
He hits both from the stripe. There's 21 seconds left here in the 4th quarter. Bridges finds Brunson. And there's the defensive 3-second call.
Violation. Next ball.
And he shows the focus there, nails the technical. Eight seconds left in the 4th quarter. And there's the 3-second call, this one on the defense.
Next ball. Karl Anthony Towns.
And so he hits the technical free throw. So no problem for New York as they get the win. This game may not have been the most exciting we've ever seen, but you have to appreciate just what a clinical performance they put on.
I know their fans appreciated it, and we saw at times just stretches of excellent defense, potency from
for the...
All right, Doris, how about teams like these who can really run their offense through their bigs?
BA, over the years, one of the things I've heard from coaches quite often is how effective a three-tool big man can be. When you can drive it, pass it, shoot it, score it, do all the things they can, it changes the geometry of the floor.
Let's take a look at our starters for Sacramento. Zach LaVine out there with Malik Monk. Then it's Domantas Sabonis. Then it's Murray. And it's DeRozan in at the power forward position.
I'll tell you, Domantas Sabonis has got some big-time athleticism. That's a pretty dunk.
Bridges passes to Hart. They set the screen. Pass to Towns. Oh, Sabonis with the steal. To the middle. And the dunk by DeRozan.
Oh, DeMar DeRozan gets off his feet in a hurry. I love it.
And Allie LaForce spoke with Tom Thibodeau. Allie.
The message that he sent to his team is that they need to be laser focused on DeMar DeRozan. He told me DeRozan can expect to see plenty of double teams. He said if they're going to beat us tonight, DeMar's not going to be the guy to do it. And of course, DeMar may have something to say about that. We'll find out. Back over to you.
Thanks for that, Allie. Now here's Hart. Outside Anunoby. Pass to Brunson. Towns, a screen on LaVine. Shot clock at 6. For 3. And Towns with the 3.
Karl-Anthony Towns, such a great jump shooter. Doesn't take him any time to get set up.
And the Kings have held tough. But it seems like the West has gotten tougher, Greg.
Well, what's the saying? If you're not getting better, you're getting worse. And the Kings have to find that next level.
Now here's Bridges. Brunson passes to Towns. Hard against DeRozan. Uses the glass on the layup.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move. Like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Hard against DeRozan. It doesn't go for him. And some solid defense from Towns. Brunson passes to Towns. Outside Hart. Here's the 3. Monk grabs the miss.
Well, the defense clearly was not interested in guarding him from downtown. They're very fortunate he missed.
LaVine finds DeRozan. Now Murray. Here's LaVine. And LaVine throws it down.
Oh, what a finish by Zach LaVine. Off his feet in a hurry, folks.
Out to Bridges. Puts up a 3. And Domantas Sabonis pulls it down. The Kings have gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Monk passes to LaVine.
2 minutes remaining in the first. 2 minutes.
DeRozan, a screen on Brunson. Pass to Sabonis. Late clock here. The Kings need to get one up. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Brunson taking his time here. Towns outside. Monk against Hart. Kicks it out Towns. Hart with a screen on LaVine. Boy, that foul looked intentional. Not exactly what you'd expect here.
Yeah, no, it just doesn't make sense given the situation. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Just over 3.5 minutes gone here in the first. Here's Brunson outside. The rebound by Murray. The Kings leading. Doris, how about the evolution of Jalen Brunson's career from role player to star player?
Yeah, B.A., he begins his career as a backup point guard to the great Luka Doncic. But when given an opportunity to thrive without Luka in the playoffs, he did just that. Then he gets his own team and takes his game to an MVP level. Incredible evolution. Zach LaVine, explosive with athleticism, with his hops, with his ability to score the basketball.
Towns, a screen on DeRozan. Hart passes to Towns. That one goes. Count it. Towns has got his second bucket on the night.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
They know that if this guy goes off, their chances of winning rise exponentially.
Now here's Sabonis. Here's LaVine for 3. And another miss by Sacramento.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Towns outside. Oh, it's stolen by DeRozan. 35 seconds left in the first quarter here. Sabonis with a screen on Brunson. Levine. It's rebounded by New York. Towns has got 4 rebounds now. Outside Hart. Towns a screen on Sabonis. Kicks it out Towns. Pass to Bridges. The 3. Knocks down the triple.
We know Mikal Bridges is a legit threat from deep, and boy, does he love the corners.
Levine passes to Sabonis. That drops. And it comes off an assist from Levine. Sabonis has got 5.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading plays back and forth.
2 minutes are allowed to review the play.
Defensive end.
And indeed, they're going to look at it again. They need to be certain he beat the buzzer.
And there's really plenty of time remaining in this game, so you want to make sure the right call was made.
1 quarter in the books, and it's been a close one. And this has been a fairly close game through the first quarter. We'll see what happens here in the second. And guys, for the Kings, what jumps out at you stat-wise?
Well, clearly they played well in the first period because of their selfless attitude.
I'll tell you, that willingness to make the extra pass, that is what creates good looks. It also forces the defense to scramble.
They've got Karl Anthony Towns. Josh Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges, and it's Brunson in at the point. So that's who's on the floor for the Knicks. He's got a clear path. Here's Towns. And he elevates for the dunk. Domantas Sabonis on the wrong end of that one.
Well, that's about being opportunistic. OG Anunoby so good at anticipating when he can jump and get a steal.
DeRozan, a screen on Anunoby. Pass to Sabonis. Fires for 3. Pure from 3-point range. Give him 8.
And put your head down and go to work. That's what they need to do.
Boy, the tide is running one way and then shifts back in the other direction. I've lost count of how many lead changes we've had here tonight.
Well, Grant, one thing about this Knicks team, they have a clear identity.
Yeah, they have the mentality of their city, New York City, playing the game with passion and in-your-face attitude. And, of course, these Knicks leave it all out on the floor.
Plenty of space. That one falls. Towns has got 11 points.
You know, guys, that's the selfless attitude of Mikal Bridges. So willing to give it up to an open guy.
And the basket by Monk. Wow, 8 lead changes in the first half. Unbelievable.
Yeah, both sides digging in for what looks like a war.
Towns outside. For 3, Bridges. That's it. Coming off an assist from Towns.
You've got to be aware and stay attached to Mikal Bridges beyond that arc. This guy's dangerous as a shooter.
Back to DeRozan. DeRozan double team. Pass to Murray. On the wing, Levine. Kicks it to DeRozan. Shot clock at 5. Down low. Here's Murray. And it's Murray with the big finish.
Yeah, just a solid play by Murray. He knows where to get his shots.
Bridges finds Anunoby. Brunson against Levine. Towns a screen on Levine. Brunson passes to Towns. Count the bucket. Coming off a perfectly placed pass. And the Knicks lead by 2.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
The kick out to Brunson. Pass to Towns. Fires from deep. And again, New York with the triple. When you look back at the history of the league, Doris, no position has evolved more than the center.
You know, B.A., that's a tremendous point because when you look at some of the best players in the league, they occupy the 5 spot. They're asked to do so much. Defensively, protect the rim. Be able to switch out and guard smaller players on the perimeter. Now you're being asked to be able to make shots from 3. I mean, the big man's got a lot of responsibility in today's game.
Anunoby a screen on Murray. Hart passes to Anunoby. Second chance effort, and there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot two. Doris Ogiananobi helped the Raptors so much on their title run in 2019.
Yeah, the hard part is he was never able to suit up for the NBA Finals. To get through the season and then have an injury at that point, heartbreaking for a player. But consider, he's the first UK-born player to win an NBA title, and that cannot be taken away.
Valanciunas, he's checked in for Domantas Sabonis. Valanciunas passes to DeRozan. The shot to stop the run. Second chance shot. DeRozan, right in the heart of the D.
Whatever it takes to get to his offensive game. That time, DeMar doing work in the painted area.
Out to Bridges. Pass to Hart. Towns, a screen on DeRozan. And here's Anunoby. There's the three. New York, again, can't hit. Anunoby against Murray. Takes the contact, and Murray still drops it in.
You're roughing Murray up a little in there, but he's built to take punishment and can still deliver.
Bridges passes to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Levine. The teardrop. Oh, it's blocked by Levine. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. And it's out of bounds. Last touch by Bridges. "26 seconds left in the second quarter. Monk passes to Murray. Levine feeling it out a bit. 6 on the shot clock. Pass to Valanciunas. Over Towns. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Towns has got 13 points in this quarter.
Smart. Get out in front. Finish the break with authority.
I don't think anyone was catching him on that play. That is unbelievable.
Got it up. And the first half comes to a conclusion in a game that's been very close so far. New York out in front. Allie, as always, thank you. We'll be right back to begin the third quarter right after this. And we've got second half action for you. Thus far, a pretty evenly contested game. You know, Karl Anthony Towns has been exceptional here, guys.
The numbers say it all. He spent the first half playing efficient ball.
I think they've taken their time. They've showed incredible patience. It's a sign of a well-coached ball club.
Taking a look at Sacramento, we've got Murray, Jonas Valanciunas out there with DeMar DeRozan. Then there's Zach LaVine, and it's Monk in at the 2. Doris, how about the emergence of Jalen Brunson? The Knicks got him as a free agent.
BA, it's incredible because the Knicks, when they signed him back in the summer of 2022, many voices were out there saying it's an overpay, you paid Jalen too much. Well, guess what? All NBA performer, and that contract looks like a bargain.
Anunoby can't get it to go.
Unbelievable. He blew that. Look, guys, no clue what went wrong there.
On the wing, Levine. Brunson defending. Here's Valanciunas. And the layup is good off the glass. Valanciunas has got 4 points in the quarter.
Well, Jonas Valanciunas has the instincts, the size, and the smarts to go ahead and take advantage of those missed shots and create them into points.
Monk passes to DeRozan. Outside for Levine. Levine attacking. And Levine throws it down.
Boy, hard to keep up with the quickness of Zach LaVine. You get that first step off the drive, and it's over.
Brunson passes to Hart. New York, again, can't hit. Sacramento has gotten 3 of their 7 threes to find the net in this matchup. Here's DeRozan. No, stop it in there. Jams it in, and he's fouled. An opportunity in a three-point play. It's going to be on Karl Anthony Towns, and he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight. DeMar DeRozan, an impressive scorer who takes relatively few three-point shots, Greg.
Yeah, the arc is not his primary focus. He'd rather pick you apart in the mid-range, but he does it so consistently that the points pile up quick.
Levine passes to Valanciunas. Outside for Levine. Oh, it's stolen by Towns. Well, the defender's stopping the developing fast break. That looks like a transition take foul. And this is his first trip to the line tonight. And that one misses. Doris, you look at the shooting of Karl Anthony Towns. A 7-footer. He's as good as it gets.
He is, B.A. He has been verging on the 50, 40, 90 efficiency type numbers in recent years. He is right there with Dirk Nowitzki when you talk about the sweetest shooting big men of all time.
Here's Towns. Pure. That's basket number 9 on 12 tries.
The problem is the defense has now allowed Karl Anthony Towns to establish the rhythm. Now you've got to double him or get it out of his hands because he's cooking right now.
Pass to Levine. Monk with it. Driving in. Here's Valanciunas. Here's Monk. Kicks it to DeRozan.
2 minutes remaining in the third. 2 minutes.
To the inside. Murray with it. 4-3. Stolen by Anunoby. And stolen by Murray. Valanciunas with it. Towns covering. Murray from outside. Keegan, 4-3.
Yeah, this is the kind of confidence you love seeing. Murray not thinking twice at all about firing away.
Outside Brunson. Takes the 3. Hauled in by the Kings. Valanciunas has got 7 rebounds in the game. Murray finds Monk. From outside, off the mark. And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. Pass to Bridges. Back to Brunson. 59 seconds left in the third. To the right side. Towns for 3. New York, no good that time either.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Oh, it's stolen by Towns. The kick out to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Levine. Outside Hart. Fires the 3. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Brunson's got his 4th assist with that last one.
35.
Monk against Bridges. Kicks it to DeRozan. To the middle. Oh, stolen by Anunoby. Fast break, New York. Here's Towns. The basket drops, and he gets fouled on the shot. 1 free throw coming his way.
Oh, that's a strong finish. And Karl Anthony Towns will go to the line, try to put the cherry on top.
There's 10 seconds left in the third quarter. From downtown, Sabonis can't hit. Up in time. It's still anybody's game as we reach the end of 3. New York out in front. They lead by 3. And when we return, we'll 3 tense quarters behind us. 1 more to go. Thanks for being with us as we get ready for the 4th. Josh Hart is out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Brunson in at the point. That's the 5 for New York right now. And he makes it.
How about that well-timed drop-off? Jalen Brunson just knows where to put the basketball.
Sabonis with a screen on Brunson. Levine passes to Sabonis. And yep, it's good.
This continues to be a battle. The lead is within reach.
Yeah, but that's been elusive. They've missed a few plays along the way that they'd love to have back.
Towns up top. He's covered by Levine. Towns passes to Brunson. Over Murray. Rebounded, Domantas Sabonis.
And this is exactly what you have to do to stop him. That was a tremendous contest, forcing the miss.
Inside, Levine. They kick it out to Murray. Back to Levine. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Pass to Sabonis. That drops. And it comes off an assist from Levine. Levine's got 4 assists now tonight.
Don't sleep on the big man now. Domantas Sabonis can be effective in catch and shoot.
Hart finds Brunson. Hart with a screen on Monk. Bridges outside. Sinks the tray. And the Knicks lead by 3.
Man, this is just fun. These teams are trading threes back and forth.
Well, that three-point shot just gives you so much room to operate on the offensive end.
DeRozan with the ball. And Bridges picks him up defensively. And the basket by Monk.
Well, DeMar DeRozan finding his teammate with an on-time, on-target pass.
Monk against Bridges. They set the pick. Pass to Towns. Outside Brunson. And Domas Sabonis pulls it down. Sabonis has got his 4th rebound in this one. Murray scanning the floor. Now here's Levine. Out to Sabonis. Monk passes to Sabonis. Over Towns. And that misses. That would have put him up.
Well, he's a quality mid-range shooter, but he can't get that one to go.
And they're going to count that bucket, and they'll send him to the line. It could be a 3-point play.
Oh, needing a bucket there. Towns doesn't hesitate.
All right, let's get your take, guys, on the hustle stats for the Knicks.
Their defensive intensity has served them well. It kept the offense scrambling and resulted in several steals.
I think one of the things that also strikes me is their activity forcing turnovers, coming up with steals. It has really shaped the tenor of this game.
Monk passes to DeRozan. The shot off that time. Hart with the defensive effort. Outside Anunoby. Pass to Towns. Ooh, stolen by Murray. On the wing, Levine. He's covered by Hart. Sabonis can't hit.
Boy, that's one he wishes he could have back, especially against soft defense.
Not sure why he committed the intentional foul. No purpose.
I think everyone's a little confused, but weird plays happen.
There's a minute 26 left in the 4th quarter. Towns a screen on Levine. Here's Brunson.
Well, really nice job using his length on the defensive end. Domantas Sabonis trying to impede the shooter.
Levine springs free for the flush.
Big shot with time winding down. Clutch move by Levine.
Brunson against Levine. Pass to Towns. Oh, it's stolen by DeRozan. Murray passes to Monk. Here's Sabonis to take the lead. Second shot opportunity, and he buries it.
Big time shot, sending his teammates into a frenzy.
I'll tell you, these guys have worked so hard together. Everyone pulling in the same direction. Beautiful to watch.
There's 37 seconds left in the 4th. And I think we'll see him milk the clock a bit.
Yeah, seems like the heady move right now.
Cash!
Big time delivery from Domantas Sabonis. Okay.
Pass to Hart. Levine against Brunson. Looking to end this cold spell. And it's in! Oh, what a sensational bucket! That brings him within 1. Outside Monk, outside Levine. Oh, he elevates for the slam. Jalen Brunson on the receiving end.
getting up and then throwing it down.
Oh, that was a big hammer right there. So it's the Kings taking the W in a close one. And this was an emotional win for them, no doubt about it.
Just a fantastic accomplishment. You love how they just diffuse the energy in this arena.
And now let's check in with Allie LaForce with the player of the game. Allie.
I'm here with DeMontis. DeMontis, a great team win.
Thanks, Allie. Great interview once again. Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Doris Burke, Allie.
plenty of action down in the painted area tonight, Greg, with the big man matchup in this one.
Yeah, I love to see skilled bigs dueling down low. Kind of a throwback in some ways, but there's still plenty of physicality in the modern game.
So a look at our starters for the Knicks. We've got Jalen Brunson. Hart is out there with Karl Anthony Towns. Then it's Bridges, and it's Anunoby in at the 3. Pass to Strus. Back to Allen. And stolen by Anunoby. And they blow the whistle for a foul. He was trying to disrupt the fast break opportunity. And this is his first trip to the line tonight. Richard, one thing you don't see Mikal Bridges do is miss games. He is always out there.
I think it would take a lot to make him sit out of a game. He is committed to being there for his team. It's so impressive.
And Brunson, a very physical player, someone that understands how to bait defenders into fouling.
And Greg, the Cavaliers in recent years establishing a defensive identity.
They do a great job of locking down the paint, Kevin, forcing teams to shoot over the top and just vacuuming up those misses.
Mobley a screen on Brunson. Garland the pass to Allen. That drops and it comes off an assist from Garland.
Not known as a quick shooter, but Allen shows what he's got there.
Bridges with it. Now defended by Mitchell. It's stolen by Allen. Brunson against Mitchell. Kicks it out to Garland. Mobley right side. Charity stripe shot. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Here's New York. To the middle. Some nice passing by New York here. They set the screen inside. It's Hart on the wing. Covered by Mitchell. Drills it from outside. Brunson's got 6.
Just a reflexive move by Brunson, putting complete trust in his mechanics.
Pass to Mitchell. One of the most explosive scorers in the NBA, the great Donovan Mitchell.
Well, I think what makes his offensive game so elite is that he is a very strong and physical guard. He's improved his pick and roll game, and he's improved his distance from 3. So the space that he has to work from is so impressive. Think D. Wade with a better jumper.
Now here's Towns. Bridges with it. Now defended by Mitchell. Back to Towns. Lets it go with the 3. It's rebounded by Cleveland.
The defense just giving him the easy look there. He's not going to miss that.
Allen inside. Defended by Hart. Strus setting the screen for Mobley. 6 on the shot clock. Garland kicks to Strus. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead there.
Not quite enough defense that time around. Just lucky he was off.
The kick out to Towns. Knocked away. And stolen by Mobley. Allen passes to Mobley. Pass to Mitchell. Deflects the pass. Bridges with the steal. Hart, wide open. He fires. Good, and the assist goes to Towns.
You can't afford to let Hart get going from deep. He's ready to shoot it when given the opportunity.
A kick out to Mobley. Trying to answer back, but that 3 is off the mark. It's Hart on the wing. Back to Bridges. Towns, a screen on Mitchell. And here's Brunson outside. And the Knicks hit again from deep.
The defense got crossed up, and Bridges takes advantage with that pass.
Garland attacking. Pass to Allen. Here's Mobley. The Cavaliers again can't hit. The Knicks leading by 7. Bridges, no one around him. And the Knicks hit again from deep.
Nice play, and you can see they're gathering momentum.
Yeah, but they can't relax. They've got to keep building on this lead because it is not safe.
Great open look there.
the real. Come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
Yeah, I love the competitive fire right there. You drained a triple on us, and I'm coming for my revenge.
Now here's Brunson. 9 points in the game so far. Hart with the screen for Towns. Over Allen. And it's Towns missing.
I don't know if he got in his own head there or what, because the defense can't really take credit for that miss.
Garland against Brunson. Now, here's Garland. He's tightly guarded. Here's Mobley. That's good, and it's Garland with the assist. Garland's got 3 assists now in this one.
Adept at fending off aggressive coverage. Mobley already looking like a vet out there.
And the shot goes in.
Obviously, this guy has a talent for scoring. Able to problem solve for whatever the defense tosses at him.
Mitchell outside. And the last second attempt doesn't fall. And that concludes the first quarter of play. Knicks out front. They lead. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through 1 quarter of action so far. And a chance to catch up on some numbers here. The scoring breakdown for the Knicks.
Well, so far, their long-range shooting has been the story, doing damage from deep.
And they've also done a great job turning defense into offense tonight, creating turnovers and capitalizing on the other end.
Here are the 5 New York has to start here in the second. Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Bridges in at the shooting guard. And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. They've led by as much as 10. Pass to Hart. Out to Brunson. They get it again. There's the triple. Brunson from long distance.
And he's got the confidence. Brunson playing out of his mind.
It's Strus on the wing. And they come right back with their own three-pointer. Strus has got 6.
And it seems as if someone got their signals crossed. If he can wind up that open from three-point range, I'm sure that was not a part of the game plan.
Now, here's Bridges. The kick out to Towns. Anunoby with the screen for Towns. New York needs to get off a shot. And the shot will not go from Anunoby. The Cavaliers trail by 7. So, Richard, when you look at Max Strus, what does he provide for this team?
Well, one, he's battle-tested, Kevin. He's a fearless shooter, and he's a guy that can get on a roll and hit clutch shots.
Now Allen, after Jalen Brunson missed it on that last three-pointer. Over Hart. Knicks with the rebound. Hart's got 4 rebounds now tonight. Towns wide open, and it's good off the back rim and in. Towns has got his second bucket tonight. Here's Garland, still without a basket. Mobley is screened, and there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. That's foul number 2 for him. Garland against Brunson. The wide open shot from Strus. Drops in the tray. 9 points in the game so far.
Nice pass right there from Garland. Love seeing that selfless attitude.
Strus against Anunoby. And here's Brunson outside. And it's Strus with the rebound. The Cavaliers trail by 6. Garland kicks to Strus. Allen in the post. Towns on him. Allen's shot is off.
I thought he had that all sewn up, but somehow the defense just threw him off.
Here's Towns. Mobley with the block.
Such long arms. Mobley is tough to do anything against.
It's Strus on the wing. Back to Mobley. Garland feeling it out a little bit. Holds it up there for Mobley. And stolen by Anunoby. Brunson kicks to Anunoby. That three off the mark. Cleveland's gone 2 of 3 when they have stepped beyond the arc in the second quarter. And there's a whistle. That goes on Mikal Bridges. And that'll be his third foul so far.
And really, these are some of the toughest calls an official has to make.
And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Strus a screen on Towns. Allen passes to Garland. Allen inside. Brunson covering. It's rebounded by Towns. Towns has got 6 rebounds in the game. Bridges attacking. The kick out to Towns. Brunson outside. Here's Bridges with plenty of space. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Bridges has got 5 points so far. And he drives in. Allen outside to the paint. And Mobley throws it down.
What an elite athlete Mobley is, getting off the ground effortlessly for the throwdown.
Brunson, no good.
Nothing seems to be going his way this quarter.
Yeah, straight up, guys. Like, he's ice cold, like freezing. What's colder than cold? But you don't have to shoot it, my guy. It's okay to pass the ball.
This is his first chance at the line tonight. That free throw missing.
When you're talking about Mobley, where do you start? In terms of length, skill set, he's got a great offensive skill set, and he's got a great defensive skill set. This man has the old school grit and grind mentality.
Now, here's Anunoby. He has yet to score. About 3 seconds between shot and game clock. Brunson, no good.
Not sure what the D was doing there. Clearly a breakdown. You can ill afford to give a guy like him that good look.
That one's in there. The Knicks lead is cut down to just 4 points in the bucket from Garland. Towns for 3. Buries it from 3-point range. Towns has got 5 points now in the quarter.
Just look at what a sniper he is from long range. He's got such an unusual skill for a big fella.
And so it's the New York Knicks heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. All right, thank you, David. Folks, don't go away. After the break, we'll see you right back here for the start of quarter number 3. And we hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. We're halfway through the game. You know, Jalen Brunson has been exceptional here, guys. Wow.
Man, he's been running wild on him through that first half. Absolute dynamite on offense.
If they don't change their approach in the second half, let's just say his success will continue.
A lot of length inside. It's Mobley and Allen in the post. A loaded backcourt. It's Garland and Mitchell. And it's Strus in at the 3-side. That's the group starting the second half for Kenny Atkinson. Allen, a screen on Brunson. A drive by Garland. Inside, Towns with the steal. Anunoby left side. Towns, a screen on Strus. Brunson finds Towns. A shot's good on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got 3 assists tonight. And Greg, you think about what they call float game. Why does that one shot earn a nickname like that?
I mean, it's a badge of respect, right? The floaters, teardrops, whatever you call them, runners, often the finishing touch to an already well-developed offensive arsenal.
Allen's shot is off.
He is single-handedly dropping the temperature in here with that cold streak.
Yeah, right now, he's just in his own head. Not much you can do to try and push through it.
And so it's Mobley now who brings it up for the Cavaliers. A 12-point game. A 3 from Strus. Hits it from 3-point range. Strus has got 12 in the game.
Another bomb for him right now. His three-point shooting might be the key to cutting that lead.
Absolutely, and they have to continue to go to him. That is not a guy you want to allow open looks for rain. Lucky for the defense, he just couldn't get it to go.
And the improvement, RJ, from Garland's dribble drive game has been immense.
Kevin, his confidence when he is ready to attack is next level. He's got great footwork. He's got a great handle. Very few defenders can stay in front of him in a one-on-one situation.
Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Kevin, thanks. The NBA 65 games requirement for postseason awards has drawn some criticism. But Adam Silver says, ultimately, this is about the fans and putting the best product forward. Load management was not working for us. This is having the desired effect, that guys are out on the floor. Kevin?
Yeah, they want to be on the floor, right? Keep them tuning in. Good stuff, DA. Thank you. Hart kicks to Bridges. Out to Brunson. Just 5 to shoot. Here's Towns. Cavaliers with the rebound.
The shot's there for him, and he's got to take it. I don't care if he doesn't convert. That's a shot that he has to continue to take.
Hard to stop a guy with Allen's physical gifts inside. He forces the defense to get sloppy and foul.
The Cavaliers shooting their 5th and 6th free throws of the game.
And as a unit, they're shooting 78% from the line. That's a solid number to work with on the season.
It's Hart on the wing. Covered by Mobley. Hart with the screen for Brunson. Towns for 3. And a rebound goes to the Cavaliers. Allen's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. Strus finds Mitchell. Third quarter of basketball here, and just a little under 3.5 minutes gone by. Here's Allen. And he uses the glass on the way up. Allen's got 6 points.
Look, the offensive glass is all about effort and energy. And Allen, look, he's got plenty of both.
Got that bucket in no time at all. And the Knicks lead by 9.
How can you forget about him? I mean, he's not going to miss that open of a look.
Garland the pass to Mitchell. Mobley outside. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Towns has got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. A floater. Mobley with the block. Outside Garland. Back to Mitchell. Mobley, a screen on Brunson. Mitchell passes to Mobley. No good there. Towns with the defensive effort. The Knicks leading by 9. From deep, Brunson. And again, New York with the triple.
And this is the game plan for him. He's a big part of their floor spacing.
Yeah, you got to know where he is at all times, especially when he's roaming around the perimeter ready to fire.
Allen's shot is off. From the arc. And he was able to put it up in time, but doesn't fall. And here at the end of the third quarter, it's a double-digit ball game. Knicks lead. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
Yeah, and I like the fact we get to see this pass one more time. A magnificent feed, and you love to see your off guard taking over the playmaking duties with this much skill.
Not just playing selflessly, but also making a smart decision with the ball.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that to this point has not been an evenly fought contest. And New York looking at who they've got. Josh Hart out there with Towns. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then it's Jalen Brunson. And it's Bridges in at the 2-guard spot. Strus finds Mobley. Strus setting the screen for Mobley. Driving the lane. And he could not get that one to go. A lot of contact, and he'll go to the line for 2. That one goes on Anunoby. And look at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Knicks.
They're moving the ball around so well, guys. Quick passes, letting the next guy do the work if you don't have a look.
And we're also seeing a lot from them at the arc in this one. Tonight, it's been all about that 3-ball for these guys.
The Cavaliers trail by 8. Up top, Garland. Brunson covering. Mitchell wide open. Offline with his three.
And even without that three-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
And the dunk by Towns.
Plenty of power on that slam. Towns was not messing around.
Garland against Brunson. Mobley right side. Pass to Allen. Back to Mobley. Allen with the screen for Mobley. Cleveland needs to get a shot off here. Allen's shot is off. New York leading by 10. And here is Hart. The kick out to Towns. From outside, off the mark. Towns against Mitchell. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a three-point play chance here for him.
It's the intensity of Mitchell. Takes the contact and still hits the shot.
Richard, something amazing about Donovan Mitchell. He averages over 20 points per game every single season.
Yeah, he is just a natural, talented scorer. He beats you in so many different ways. What I like most about his numbers, they go up in the postseason.
Anunoby outside. Allen against Towns. Shoots over Strus. Another miss by Towns.
Well, the defense didn't have any impact on that shot, but somehow he still misses it.
Mitchell looking it over. Pass to Strus. No good on the triple. New York leading by 7. Anunoby right side. And stolen by Mobley. To the wing right side. Garland dishes to Mobley. Back to Garland. Makes it off the glass.
Garland doesn't let the pressure get to him. That's why he has the trust of his teammates.
2 minutes remaining in the game. 2 minutes.
Bridges passes to Hart. Brunson against Garland. At the top of the key, Towns shoots over Mobley, and Towns the bucket on the assist by Brunson. Brunson's got his 5th assist in this one. Brunson against Garland. On the wing, Mitchell. Back to Garland. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Mitchell outside. No good from outside. The Knicks with the lead. To the inside. Anunoby kicks to Hart. Towns for 3. Nailed from three-point land. Towns has got 19 points.
Wow, look at the release. Towns with a quick trigger.
Mobley sets the pick for Garland. Some solid defense from Hart. And so it's Brunson with it. He brings it up for New York.
And we'll just watch the clock wind down, guys, in what will turn out to be a win here for the Knicks.
They simply ran him off the court.
They set the pace, and their transition game was executed flawlessly.
And you know, when you look at the huge impact he had, just a monster game for Karl Anthony Towns.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple on this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking him down.
Bridges misses. And so it's Cleveland with it. They've allowed just 7 points here in the 4th quarter. Got a piece of it. And they can just dribble the ball until the buzzer.
Yeah, they got to be happy with the outcome.
Shot, high post. And it's Towns missing. So it's New York picking up the win. And in the win, a comfortable win in what was, I think, gee, a pretty hot.
star.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the end. Grant, looking at these two teams, my attention is drawn to the front court matchup.
Oh, yeah, this should be a battle on the baseline. Great to watch skilled bigs trade blows and show off what they can do down low.
And now the opening lineup for New York. OG Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then it's Mikal Bridges. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Brunson in at the point guard position. Count that one.
Edwards is so physically developed already. Just brushes off the contact there. Really strong drive by Edwards.
Bridges passes to Towns. Takes the three. Perfect night so far, 2 for 2.
Starting to find his rhythm. He's cooking, and he knows it. And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Back to Conley. Pass to Gobert. Clock at 6. Randall outside. From outside the arc. And that's good. His first bucket of the game.
You know, he's evolving his offense over time, Julius Randle. And I think the coaching staff is happy to see it. They like to see him take and make these shots.
Now here's Anunoby. Here's Towns. All sorts of time. Oh, and he can't make that one. 2 for 3 now. His first miss. Well, Grant, all the high hopes Knicks fans have had in recent years, they have finally come to fruition.
Yeah, it really was good to see the Knicks have a great campaign last year. From the players, to the coaches, to the front office, and the fans. They've pressed all the right buttons. He was grabbing the rim to extend the hang time.
Hey, maybe making sure the landing was kinder than the takeoff.
Yeah, right. I don't know how much weight that carries.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Well, I had a chance to catch up with head coach Chris Finch, and he said when you watch film on Karl Anthony Towns, his size is impressive, but when you're actually standing next to him, he looks a whole lot bigger. And he knows how to use that size on the blocks and on the perimeter, which makes him an especially tough cover. Brian?
Good job there, Allie. Thanks. Now here's Conley. And he banks in the layup.
Right there, Conley working his magic inside. He is crafty near the rack.
For New York, they've gone 3 of 5 here in the opening quarter. Brunson finds Towns. There's a screen. Back to Brunson. Kicks it out, Towns. From deep. The rebound by the Timberwolves. Just over 2.5 minutes played here in the first. McDaniels with it, and it's Anunoby picking him up. Conley passes to Gobert. Oh, and Gobert powers it home.
The 7-footer plus Rudy Gobert goes up and makes it hurt coming down.
Towns passes to Brunson. Gets the 3 ball to go.
Don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
And so Conley will bring it up for the Timberwolves. Over Brunson. And there are the Timberwolves with another bucket.
A versatile shooter like Conley can make the mid-range work for him, even if it's not his best shot.
Towns passes to Brunson. No good from outside. The Timberwolves lead by 3. Offensively, Karl Anthony Towns is one of the most well-rounded big men in the league, Grant.
Yeah, maybe in league history, B.A. He's an elite three-point shooter, post scorer, and his passing is severely underrated.
The Timberwolves have gone 6 of 9 and finding their rhythm now. Randall, a screen on Bridges. Edwards, a pass to Randall. Here's McDaniels. Here's Gobert. Again, the Timberwolves score.
Clearly the strength of Gobert's game. Tough cover down low.
Brunson passes to Towns. Back to Brunson. Over to the left wing. Lets it fly. And there's Towns on the assist from Brunson. Towns has got 7 points in the game.
He's a potent mix of effort and ability. Hard to shut down a player of his caliber.
The shot by Conley, no good.
Man, I can't believe he blew that gimme, guys. Well, I know he's frustrated about that.
Hart from long range. That one goes. Now he's 1 for 2.
One of Hart's favorite shots there, guys. excellent recognizing when he has the room to pull the trigger.
4 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Minnesota shooting their first shots of the night from the charity stripe.
And that's a little better than they did last year from the free throw line.
That's also good, so he hits both free throws.
Already a very confident player. Knocking down those free throws only fuels that.
Out to Bridges. Towns, left side. Tipped away. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Conley. And it's going to be out of bounds. New York will have another go.
He clipped the ball there, but not enough to nab the steal.
Clearly a careless pass. He got away with one there.
Right side, Brunson. Kicks it out to Anunoby. The first quarter all wrapped up, and it's been an exciting game so far. It's Minnesota. And close game underway so far. We'll see if either of these teams can jump out ahead in this second quarter. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for Minnesota.
Well, I've liked their assertiveness inside. They've been getting that way and playing that way the whole time, setting the tone right away that the inside area is their territory.
Yeah, also, you got to appreciate how unselfish they've been. I mean, the ball movement has been impressive, and the assist numbers are off the chart.
Conley and Ant are the 1 and the 2. Julius Randle out there with Jaden McDaniels. And it's Gobert in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. So that's the Timberwolves 5. Three-pointer, Bridges. Some solid defense from Edwards. Minnesota in the lead. For 3, Conley. The rebound by Bridges. The Knicks shooting the rock well at 46%. Anunoby finds Towns. Anunoby a screen on Gobert. 5 on the clock. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Rudy Gobert picks one up.
Good show of power that time by Towns, putting his shot up despite the foul.
Well, when you look at the forwards in this league, there are a lot more Grant Hill types out there these days, partner.
Well, thank you for the nice words, B.A. Of course, I took pride in my overall game. And over the last few decades or so, we've seen a bunch of guys playing the 3, 4, and 5 who can pass, dribble, and shoot. So it's fun to watch the game evolve.
The shot by Conley, no good. New York trailing. Bridges with it. He's picked up by Edwards and stolen by Gobert. Conley passes to Edwards and stolen by Brunson. Towns outside, launches a 3. That's tipped and out of bounds. Minnesota will have it. The Timberwolves have got nothing to go in this quarter. 0 for 5. Conley. The quick look, no good that time.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
I mean, I'm just not sure what he was thinking right there. I mean, he needs to get his head in the game.
Yeah, yeah, completely a brain fade. I don't know where that came from. Just lost sense of time and the situation.
You know, some threes look better than others, and Brunson's lefty stroke from 3 is a beautiful thing.
To the wing on the left. Outside McDaniels. To the paint. Stolen by Anunoby. Out to Bridges. Beyond the arc. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Towns. And it's Conley with the ball for the T-Wolves. No points yet here in the second quarter for him. Lets it go from deep. Oh, he drilled it. He's shooting 3 for 8 from the floor.
Basketball can be very simple. If you can let Conley run the pick and roll, it's normally a good thing.
Here's Brunson. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A three-point play opportunity. And a look now at how the offensive approach has been going here so far for the Knicks.
You know, right from the start, it seemed they got hot from three-point range, pulling apart the defense and racking up the points, too.
Another thing they're doing well early on is moving the ball, playing selfless basketball, and getting everybody involved on the offensive end.
The shot by Conley, no good. The Knicks with the lead. Bridges outside. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Knocks down the triple. Anunoby's got his first 3 points of the game.
Nice pass by Bridges. Just keeping his options open out there.
Clark, with Minnesota being a major player in the West now, Wolves Nation is howling.
Howling and growling, BA. That's the name of their fan base. And yeah, they're excited. And for good reason. Not only is this team competitive, but they can be downright dominant at times, especially at the defensive end of the floor. Easy group to cheer for.
Well, there's the shot clock violation, so they'll turn it over. There's a minute 12 left in the second. Brunson finds Hart. Outside Anunoby. And a miss there on the triple. Timberwolves trail by 5. Randall, the pass to Gobert. It's not going to go for him. And some solid defense from Towns. He got him. No doubt that's a foul. And it's going to be a transition take foul. He shot 2 free throws in the game. He's made 1 and missed 1.
He had a really rough game at the line last time out. Struggled to get anything to drop.
Was completely out of sync on his free throws, and I'm sure that led him to some extra work at the foul line. Guys, I like that this is a part of his game that has really been consistent this year.
Conley passes to Randall. That one's good, and it's Conley who picks up the assist. Randall's got 5 now.
The relentlessness of Randall, R-squared, taking on all comers.
Kicks it out to Anunoby. Pass to Towns. And it falls for him. He's now 4 of 7 from the field. Minnesota's gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Brunson against Conley. Randall outside. Here's Gobert. Good work defensively by Towns. The shot no good. And so a close game as we wrap up the first half of play. Knicks out front. They lead by, okay, Allie, appreciate it. And folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter. And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard. You have to like what we're seeing from Karl Anthony Towns.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
And you know what? I'll be interested to see just how much he's got left in the tank. That first half had to take a lot out of it.
And on the floor for Tom Thibodeau as we get into the second half. They've got Karl Anthony Towns. Mikal Bridges is out there with Jalen Brunson. And it's Josh Hart. And it's Anunoby in at the 3, the small forward. Randall finds Edwards. And the rebound goes to the Knicks. Hart's got 5 rebounds in the game. Back to Towns. Pass to Anunoby. And he can't extend the lead to double digits. Timberwolves trail by 8. They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
Randall, a screen on Bridges. Here's Edwards. Oh, Edwards plows through the contact.
Boy, how about the
strength of Edwards, confident in taking on defenders and finishing.
And from what we've seen so far in his career, Anthony Edwards wants to be that guy in crunch time, Clark.
B.A., I love his mentality, not only in that he wants to be the guy, but he also wants to elevate his teammates, and he plays the game with an exuberance and a joy and a freshness that is, quite good to see. But I like his attack mentality and his willingness to step into leading his team by example at both ends of the floor.
And New York has possession. Following the score by Minnesota. Back to Bridges. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. Down low. The kick out to Edwards. It's stolen by Hart. Brunson with it. He's picked up by Edwards. Oh, they get a hand on it. And this is his third trip to the line tonight. That one misses for Towns.
One of the things I love about Towns is how versatile he is. He's a big guy who continues to be a matchup nightmare for defenses.
Now here's Brunson. 12 points for him. Hart finds Towns. And he got the whistle on the way up, so he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
Hey, if you can't block it, sending him to the line can be the next best thing.
Yeah, exactly. Prevent the layup, give them a little bump, and then maybe they'll think twice about coming into the lane next time. And if they don't think about it, at least they might be distracted by your presence.
Now here's DiVincenzo. No points so far. Here's Randall. Hart pulls it in. Hart's got 6 rebounds in the game. Towns outside. Outside Hart. New York again can't hit. Timberwolves trail by 8. Edwards, a pass to Randall. McDaniels against Anunoby. Outside for Randall. Lets the 3 fly. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Naz Reid. That's foul number 2 for him. New York leading by 8. Brunson passes to Bridges. Ooh, McDaniels with a steal. It's Edwards on the wing. Launches it. Minnesota again missing. New York has gotten 2 of 4 threes to fall here in this third quarter. Anunoby for 3. Counted from distance. Anunoby's got 6.
Their strategy has been pretty simple here in the second half. Attack from three-point range.
Certainly. I mean, they saw a weakness in the perimeter defense and took advantage of it.
It's stolen by Hart. And here we go, the Knicks in transition. Bridges with room to shoot, and it's New York with another.
Yeah, the quickness from Bridges there, looking like a guard.
DiVincenzo against Brunson, and Dante DiVincenzo is going to pick up the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game.
And this kind of selflessness is great to see. Textbook positioning to draw the charge.
Heads up action there. Reading the play and then beating him to the spot. Well done.
Now here's Brunson. This is the most they've led, 13 points. Kicks it out to Anunoby. Pass to Towns. Outside Hart. Puts up a 3. Kept alive. Goes back up. Towns down low. Randall's there. Towns. That's good.
Look, how do you come up with a strategy to defend Towns on a night like this? I'm anxious to see you try.
Now here's DiVincenzo. Hasn't gotten one to fall yet. There's 37 seconds left in the third quarter. 6 to shoot. The Timberwolves again can't hit.
Boy, he knows he should have knocked that one down, especially with the defense not giving much of an effort.
Brunson with a sixth sense. I mean, always knows where his teammates are.
Timberwolves trail by 17. Randall outside. Outside Edwards. Reid a screen on Bridges. Here's Edwards. Here's Reed. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. It's going to be on Karl Anthony Towns. Minnesota shooting their third and fourth free throw shots of the night. And the first one at the line is good. And so Reed nails them both. And so it's the New York Knicks liking their chances, ending the quarter with a 15. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
You talk about painting a magnificent picture with that dive. Just a great decision and a perfect delivery.
And they'd love to see every possession end this way. True team basketball.
And 1 quarter to go in a game that, to this point, has not been an evenly fought contest. And is at the 2 with McDaniels playing the 3. Naz Reid out there with Julius Randle. And it's DiVincenzo in at point guard. So that's the lineup from Minnesota.
Boy, the upside DiVincenzo has is obvious. I mean, now it's up to him to continue working on his game and keep getting better.
Reed against Towns. Bridges passes to Hart. Right side, Anunoby. Shot clock at 6. Ooh, poked away. Here's Towns. McDaniels with the rebound.
You know, the fact is he's not a lock from there, but he was open enough to where he should have hit that shot.
It's good on the putback.
You know, this guy never stops working. He's always going hard, and Randall's aggressiveness is what allows him to be such a good offensive rebounder.
And, you know, under the circumstances, that's a good foul. You just can't let him have that throwdown.
And a moment here to take a look at some hustle stats for the Knicks.
Well, their D has been a major story tonight. I mean, those steals and putting pressure on the ball, clogging the passing lanes, impressive.
The shooting's been great, but also how about the energy level? That's what's impressed me the most. They've been getting it up and down in transition, and that takes effort.
Here's Randall. Here's the second effort. Pass to Reed. The 3. Book it. And it's Randall with the assist.
Yeah, never a bad idea to have Randall with the ball. Just a great passing forward.
Bridges outside. Towns, right side. It's rebounded by Anthony Edwards.
You know, you'd like to see a little more effort there defensively, but maybe they wanted him to take that shot, baited him into it.
Knicks leading by 10. Lets it go from the wing. Offensive rebound. Pass to Bridges. And out of bounds. Minnesota will have it. For Minnesota, they've gone 2 of 5 from the field in this final quarter. Randall had a chance there to cut it to single digits, but it's off target. For New York, they've got none of their shots to go in this final quarter. 0 for 4. Pass to Hart. A little mid-range shot is up. Count it. And the Knicks lead by 13.
Towns sees an open player and rewards him with a nice pass.
Now here's Reed. It's Edwards on the wing. A touch under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the fourth. Out to DiVincenzo. Tries a 10-footer. Connects. The jumper drops. Reed's got 5 points now this quarter.
There's the unselfishness you like to see in a guard. DiVincenzo keeping his eyes up and his options open.
It's Bridges on the wing. Guarded by Edwards. Hart passes to Towns. And it's powered home by Towns.
It's basically been all him. I mean, he scored most of the points himself.
Here's DiVincenzo.
DiVincenzo smartly getting into the defense there, drawing a foul inside while taking the shot. That's a smart offensive play by DiVincenzo.
Both shots good from the strike. A minute 58 left in the fourth. Pass to Brunson. He shoots over DiVincenzo. Brunson misses. Timberwolves trail by 11. Here's Edwards. It's good! Edwards! What strength!
Posed and cool effort from Edwards inside. Not rushing himself or forcing a bad shot. Taking what's available.
He put a little flair on that one.
Yes, he did. Man, he's a strong finisher, huh?
Not when he can throw it down like that. Boom! It's the fire he's playing with that has him leading the team in rebounds.
And I tell you what, guys, nobody's been more physical in this game than he has. He has been a glass eater.
Brunson passes to Towns. Now Anunoby. Hart with a screen on McDaniels. New York needs to get one up quick. The timer ticks. Count that bucket. Hart's got 4 points now in the quarter.
They have a relentless mentality, even with the game in total control.
And, you know, until that final buzzer sounds, I mean, you've got to treat every possession like it's crucial.
Back to Randall. Shoots over Hart. Randall can't hit. For New York, they've gotten 4 of 9 shots to go in during this fourth quarter.
And they had an advantage tonight. Came out sharp and did what was needed. Nice win here for the Knicks.
Seemed like the sheer volume of three-pointers today was the deciding factor.
And they'd hit one and then just dial it up again. And it worked.
And what a huge performance it was for Karl Anthony Towns.
We saw him get a lot of touches tonight, and he wasted very few of them. Really made himself the backbone of their offense.
Here's Anunoby. Gets rebounded by Minnesota.
And just not enough time for them to get back in this game.
Not by a long shot. It's all but official.
Towns passes to Brunson. And so it's the Knicks taking care of business in this one. It ends up being a fairly easy road win.
Those are so hard to come by. It's never easy to take a game in someone else's building.
And that about wraps it up. For Grant Hill, Clark Kellogg, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you.
Welcome, everyone, to the NBA on 2K Sport. Well, you can expect the threes to fly tonight, Brent. Both of these teams are full of sharpshooters.
Well, which team gets hot first, Kevin, I think is going to be most important. Shooting is rhythm. How do you establish that rhythm? You've got to move the ball, move yourself. And maybe the team that gets hot first is going to be the one that ultimately comes out on top.
So the New York starting five. You've got Bridges. Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Jalen Brunson, and it's Towns in at the 5, roaming the paint. Levine's shot is off. Brunson with it, picked up by Ellis. Out to Bridges. And another 3 for New York.
Bridges has a lot of jobs for his team, but if he consistently knocks down 3, he can add it to the list.
Ellis, the pass to Sabonis. Fires for 3. Ellis can't get it to go. New York has gone 2 of 2 from three-point range here in the first quarter. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on DeMar DeRozan. That is his first foul of the game.
First team foul.
Here's Towns. Over Sabonis. DeMar DeRozan grabs the board. First quarter, just over a minute played. Now in the later stages of his career, Greg, DeMar DeRozan continues to be a master from the mid-range.
Kevin, we all know he loves that area of the floor. And what makes him so effective, the footwork. He's so good at backing guys down and creating space. to get that jumper off.
Here's Levine. Jalen Brunson picking up that last basket. Levine kicks to Sabonis. Levine passes to Sabonis. Crafty move. And the rebound goes to the Knicks.
Well, a lot of players in the league are going to make that shot, and for him, it's pretty much automatic. It's a good defensive effort to prevent the layup.
Kings have gone just 1 of 4 to get this game started. Murray finds DeRozan. On the wing, Levine. Shot clock at 6. The kick out to Sabonis. A three-pointer off the mark.
And I thought that was going to drop. It looked good from here.
Back to Towns. And we have an intentional foul there, GA. Wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Now here's Brunson. Outside, Towns. Back to Brunson. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation out there on the defense. Well, the Kings went from 3 seed in 2023 to out of the playoffs completely, Brent, last season.
Well, it speaks to how competitive the Western Conference was. You know, you got to realize, Kevin, Sacramento won just 2 less games than they did after that magical run in 2023. The West was just better. So the Kings got to fill some holes, find some pieces, and hopefully have some guys improve upon what they did last season.
Here's Hart after the made shot from Zach LaVine. Towns kicks to Anunoby. Back to Towns. On target from 13 feet.
And the defense has to guard Towns better than this because he is just too gifted a shooter.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Pass to Murray. Out to DeRozan. On the wing, Ellis. Brunson covering. Just 5 on the clock. Ellis can't get it to go.
And he rushed that one, no doubt about it. The D out of position, you could see the frustration on his face.
Well, that's not a shot he's ever going to pass up, and he shouldn't. Despite the miss, no defender anywhere near him. He's got to shoot that one.
Now Sabonis. After Jalen Brunson missed it on that last three-pointer. And it's Murray with the jam.
Powering that one down. Murray saw a chance to go for it and took it.
Sabonis with the steal. In the corner, it's Levine. Murray sets a screen for Levine. Out left to the wing. Ellis outside. Clock at 6. DeRozan passes to Murray. Missed inside. New York leading by 5. Left side, Towns. 40 seconds left here in the first quarter. Off with the layup. For Sacramento, they've gotten just 3 of their first 9 shots to go down in this game. Sabonis, the pass to Murray. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line.
First personal foul.
And this young guy is a handful to deal with. Murray is so skilled at drawing fouls.
And he sinks the second. 26 seconds left in the first quarter. Bridges with it. Now guarded by DeRozan. Hart with the screen for Brunson. To the middle. And Ellis with the block. Now Levine. Outside for Murray. Money from the wing. Murray's got 5 now.
Well, that's the kind of passing right there that makes a difference. Not just in that possession, but maybe on your play for the entire game.
A good close contest so far as we finish the first quarter. Knicks lead. Some good action already in this one, but a fairly even matchup after the first quarter of play. And what stands out to you from New York in this one?
Coming in hot. They were sharp from the perimeter right out of the gate.
They just couldn't seem to know what it was that they needed to do and how to stick them from outside. The defense pretty lost.
DeRozan and Murray slot in at the small and power forward. Ellis is out there with Levine, and it's Sabonis in at the 5 spot. That's the 5 to begin the second quarter for the Kings.
Really no idea why you're fouling in a situation like that. You know, maybe there's some bad blood between those two.
Towns, a screen on Ellis. The kick out to Towns. Bangs home the trifecta. Towns has got his second bucket of the game to go.
On the catch and shoot there, just so relaxed. Almost looks like Towns is playing a game of horse out there.
Wide open look here for Murray. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assists.
Both teams running perimeter-oriented plays that are working.
Well, both of them looking towards the three-point line, and I like to see that, especially when the results are made buckets.
Greg, give us one word to describe Domantas Sabonis on the offensive end.
Kevin, I guess I'd say dominant, but that only scratches the surface. The way Sabonis drops dimes, hits shots, and controls the glass, dominant just doesn't even really begin to say enough.
Hart kicks to Towns. Out to Brunson. Towns sets the pick for Brunson. Brent, when you survey Jalen Brunson, going from role player now to all-star, what a rise. What's been the key for him?
I just think it's confidence, Kevin. I mean, simple confidence. I don't think there's one point where Jalen Brunson didn't believe that, not that he was the best player on the court, but that he was going to be the best leader. And that has translated into him producing some massive scoring and assist nights for any team that he's played on. This guy is a winner.
The Knicks leading by 3. Hart kicks to Towns. Back to Hart. And he throws it down hard with one hand.
What a dunk from Hart, showing off his athleticism there.
Murray for 3. Yes, and it's Ellis picking up the assist. Murray's got 6 here in this quarter.
This is what he does. Find space on the perimeter and then sink the 3.
Bridges finds Towns. Tried to come right back with the 3 of his own. It's no good. Ellis outside. Down low, Murray. No good. That would have tied it.
There's a little bit of pressure on him, but not enough to cause him to miss a shot that's in that close.
And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
And it's Towns missing. And so Levine will bring it up now for Sacramento. Trailing by 2. Murray a screen on Hart. High arcing shot. The Knicks pull it in. Brunson outside.
2 minutes remaining in the
Bridges passes to Anunoby. Anunoby with the screen for Hart. The kick out to Towns. Back to Hart. Shot clock at 5. Towns a screen on Murray. Takes a 3. And Towns the bucket on the assist by Hart. Towns has got 8 points. You know, it used to be teams hoarded their cap space to make a big splash in free agency. But, Brent, why is that less common now?
Well, really, the mechanisms for you to retain and maintain your star power has gotten easier for teams as they have gone out for big extensions to make sure that their star is shining brightest.
Levine against Brunson. DeRozan inside. Still yet to score. Here's Levine. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assists. DeRozan's got 3 assists tonight.
What helps Levine from mid-range? He gets such great lift off the floor.
46 seconds left to play here in the second quarter. Brunson, no good.
His touch from mid-range, that's almost always good. That won't shake his confidence.
Rosen dishes to Ellis. Hard against Murray. Pass to Sabonis. Out to DeRozan. Gets that one to fall after missing his first two. 1 for 3 from the field.
Tormenting his way through. DeRozan showing what he's made of.
Towns finds Brunson. Sabonis with the steal. Murray right side. And a close game so far through the first 2 quarters as we reach halftime. It's the Knicks. They lead by 1. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by court. Thanks so much, David, and we'll step away briefly, but get you right back out here for the start of the third quarter after this break. And after a fairly even first couple of quarters, the second half could turn out to be a great one as both teams try to gain an edge. You look at Keegan Murray. He's been playing very well.
Yeah, it's been a great performance from him. Really staying focused on quality shots.
Yeah, this is showing that they're not going to play at anybody else's pace but their own.
Here's who Tom Thibodeau is starting the second half with. Bridges out there with Jalen Brunson. Then it's OG Anunoby. Then there's Towns, and it's Hart in at the 4-man position.
Well, the D really getting away with one there. No one on him, and that's going to be good 9 out of 10 times. Well, the fact that he has that many rebounds for a guy of his size and stature shows you he truly cares about grabbing possessions off the rim.
The kick out to Towns. Anunoby has the open look. Drills the three-pointer. Anunoby's got his first 3 points of the game.
And what an assured player. Anunoby believes in his ability to shoot the ball off the catch.
To the inside. And Sabonis the bucket on the assist by Ellis. Sabonis has got the game tied up here for Sacramento. New York's gone 1 of 2 from beyond the arc since coming out of the break. Brent, Domantas Sabonis is truly a player you can run an offense through.
Yeah, he's a guy that you can basically put anywhere on the floor, and all of a sudden good things are going to happen, whether he's playing out of the post and dealing with double teams, or he's at the top of the key, able to read the defense, using his vision and his ability as a big to drive the basketball. Domantas, one of the better playmaking 5s that we have in the NBA.
Pass to Bridges. Six on the shot clock. Outside, Towns. And again, New York with the triple.
It really is something else to watch a guy like Towns shoot from that far out.
And here's DeRozan. DeRozan with a screen for Murray. DeRozan's shot is off. New York leading by 5. Things really clicking for him at the offensive end.
They're making good decisions, not wasting these opportunities.
Brunson, one of those players that's just not going to be denied, determined to convert inside, and he does.
Levine, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line. That one is on Towns.
I'll tell you what, he earned his money on that foul.
And he's got his first free throw of the game.
And take a look at what he's been able to do at the free throw line. 82% more than acceptable.
And here's Brunson. He'll bring it up for New York. 6-point game. Here's Bridges. It's hauled in by the Kings. Here's Murray. He's got 11. Just over 2.5 minutes gone by here in the second half. And DeRozan kicks to Sabonis. Good. And it's DeRozan picking up the assist. DeRozan's got 4 assists now tonight.
Sabonis a confident scorer on that play right there. Once he's got the ball in his hands in that area, he's looking to shoot.
Hart with it, picked up by Ellis. And he's going to get whistled for that foul, G. That was intentional, but not exactly logical.
How about pointless to foul there? I mean, I don't know where his head is, but it's not in the game.
Here's what Sacramento's going with right now. Valanciunas, he's checked in for Sabonis, and it's Carter in for Ellis.
And how about the game from Towns? The combination of that height and shooting, probably unmatched in the NBA.
Valanciunas against Towns. Stolen by Anunoby. Inside. Towns down low. DeRozan's there. And Towns gets it to go.
So skilled working inside. Towns knows how to operate down low.
The Kings trail by 7. Here's DeRozan. Banked in off the glass. And it's 6 points for DeMar DeRozan.
And you gotta love the big bucket in the paint in this sort of a grinded out game.
Towns a screen on Carter. And Brunson, here we go. That one drops for him. Brunson's got the lead up to 7 now for the Knicks.
Something about Brunson on the drive. He's just so fiery with the ball. Nothing's going to get in his way.
Carter, the pass to Valanciunas. On the wing, DeRozan. He's guarded by Anunoby. 5 to shoot. And DeRozan kicks to Levine. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Towns has got 6 rebounds in the game. Pass to Bridges. Outside, Towns. Off target there. That would have pushed the lead to double digits. Now, here's Valanciunas. Hasn't made one yet. Back to Murray. Out to Carter. Valanciunas with the ball. Shoots over Anunoby. And so it's New York heading to the bench with a 7-point lead as we wrap up the quarter. And with 3 quarters behind us, let's see what this 4th period holds in store for us. New York leading by 7. They've got Jonas Valanciunas. DeRozan out there with Terrence Davis. Then it's Zach LaVine. And it's Ellis at the point. So that's the 5 in the game for Sacramento. Brunson with a clean look. And a miss there on the triple. Sacramento's gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. They get a hand on it. DeRozan passes to Valanciunas. Outside, LaVine. Over in the corner, Ellis. 6 to shoot. The Kings need to get off a shot here. Good ball movement here by the Kings. No good from Valanciunas. New York's gone past the 3-point line for 13 of their shots. They're 6 of 13. Bridges kicks to Brunson. Hart with a screen on Ellis. To the middle. Anunoby outside. Hart with the screen for Anunoby. And here's Brunson outside. And it's Sacramento with the rebound. DeRozan's got 4 rebounds now tonight. A 3. And Karl Anthony Towns pulls it down. Towns has got his 8th rebound here tonight. And we have an intentional foul there, GA. I wish I could say why.
That one's pretty strange. I mean, no idea what got into his head right there.
Sabonis, he's checked in for the Kings. Keegan Murray comes in for Davis. Anunoby outside. Hart with the screen for Anunoby. Brunson outside. New York needs to get off a shot. Drops in the tray. Towns has got the 4th quarter started here with a bucket for New York.
And pure cash. Whenever Towns gets these types of looks, he's consistent at spraying.
Sabonis' screen on Bridges. The kick out to Sabonis. And slam dunk by Sabonis.
And Sabonis getting his entire body up that time for the jam.
The Knicks leading by 8. Outside, Towns. 3-pointer. And the shot will not go from Anunoby. Sacramento's gotten off to an 0 for 2 start from downtown here in the fourth quarter. Sabonis' screen on Bridges. Here's Levine. Outside for Murray. Back to Sabonis. Ellis outside. On the wing, Levine. Three-pointer. The Knicks pull it in. Towns has got 9 rebounds in the game. Getting it done. And stolen by Murray. One-on-one fast break. Sabonis with the bucket.
This is how poised Sabonis is. Excellent at fighting off contact on the way up.
Yeah, easy call.
And a moment to look at the scoring approach in terms of where the points are coming from for the Knicks.
Their accuracy in this one has just been on another level. I mean, the 3-ball keeps falling, and the defense just hasn't been able to run them off the line.
And the other thing about their game tonight that they've done a terrific job of is just moving the basketball around. That's how you rack up assists.
And it's out of bounds. The Knicks will take it the other way.
New York ball.
They can burn some clock if they want to.
And get a little breather as well.
Anunoby in the corner. The 3. Good, and the assist goes to Towns. Towns has got 3 assists now in this one.
It's been this way since halftime. Tremendous production from beyond the arc.
They're pretty infectious right here. Guys in good spirits and percentages from downtown on the rise in the second half.
Sabonis kicks to Ellis. Deep 2 from Murray. It's rebounded by Towns.
Yeah, that miss might stick with him for a little while. That's kind of a shoot-around jumper if I've ever seen one.
It's stolen by DeRozan. Oh, and here we go. Ellis has got it. The fast break chance. And it goes down 2 points. Ellis has got his first bucket in this one.
If you leave someone open on a team with Sabonis having the ball, he's going to make you pay. That's great recognition.
I mean, even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
He hits the first one, and that will push the lead to double digits. Second free throw, no good that time. He really wanted that one. And there's Levine on the assist by Ellis.
And over the years, Levine has put on the muscle, which helps him on those challenging finishes at the rim.
Hart the pass to Anunoby. Poked away. At the Hart. Pocket 6. And Brunson, here we go. And that one's drained from the low block.
Making every effort to put this game on ice.
Loved it. The guys are staying aggressive late in this ball game, just not wanting to let go of the rope.
And slam dunk by Sabonis.
A savvy move by DeRozan, using the pick and roll to draw off the D and create for an open shooter.
Here's Anunoby. Chalk up 2 there. And the Knicks lead by 10.
And they came in determined to take this one. It's going to be a happy flight home.
Yeah, when you step into an opposing team's arena and you can play with this type of composure, boy, that food tastes good on the way out of town.
So no problem for New York as they get the win. A solid win on the road for them. This building was dead silent by the time GA this one wound down.
And that's what you want to do. Take the crowd out of it by crunch time. Don't give them any chance.
Philadelphia, the city of brotherly love. Welcome all. Thanks for tuning in. Grant, this is not your average regular season game. These teams are fierce rivals.
Oh, yes, they are, B.A. I love playing in these type of games. I mean, the fans are extra loud. The players are fired up. This will be fun.
All right, now let's check out the starters for the Miami Heat. They've got Alec Burks. Bam Adebayo is out there with Andrew Wiggins. Then there's Tyler Hero, and it's Ware in at the center position.
Yeah, so skilled offensively. Getting the ball in his hands is generally a good idea.
Wiggins outside. Out of bounds. It'll be Philadelphia's ball.
Philadelphia ball.
Now Philadelphia with it. And there's a pick. Embiid passes to George. And the jam by George.
I like when Paul looks to score inside because he's more than capable of dunking it through.
Well, Coach, how about the Eric Spoelstra story? Started as a video coordinator with the Heat back in '95. You were an assistant in Miami back then.
Yeah, look, Brian, even then, Eric is one of the rare guys that all of us on the staff knew right from the beginning that he had all the makings of a great coach. Players trusted him and had confidence in his ability to help them.
From the video room to the Hall of Fame one day.
No question.
Getting out in transition, you love to see this hustle from Embiid.
A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
I was able to catch up with Nick Nurse. Right away, he acknowledged they're facing one of the best defensive players in the league in Bam Adebayo. He told me Bam can do it all. He can protect the rim, he can defend in isolation, he can rebound. So we have to keep our composure, be aware of his presence, and not let him dictate what we do. All right, let's send it back to you guys.
Okay, good stuff. Thank you, Allie.
And we know Embiid has this kind of touch from deep. Nice triple.
Pass to Wiggins. Oh, George with a steal. Here's the break. Jacks up a three. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
They're not wasting any time putting their stamp on this game. What a start.
Yeah, but you can't let up at all. They've got a chance to put this game away early, and they should take it.
Here's Ware. Here's Wiggins. After missing his first attempt, now 1 for 2.
Yeah, that's on the defense there. Now, you can't let Wiggins get this kind of positioning inside.
Grimes, the pass to Embiid. George outside. Embiid, a screen on Wiggins. Back to Embiid. It's wide right, hits off the rim. Heat trail by 8. And Grant, I know you played a part in Embiid's decision to join Team USA.
Yeah, B.A., I spent a lot of time talking to Joel Embiid and convincing him to play for us in the U.S. men's national team.
And the basket is good.
While Maxey is an elite shooter, Tyrese is at his best using his speed going downhill.
Has to Ware. Tries again. And he bangs it home with one hand.
Just a big play at this juncture of the game. Second chance points could be the key for them.
Impressive effort right there. That's what they need to mount a comeback.
Yeah, when you make your mid-range shots, you force your opponents to adjust.
Well, look, he's got the length to get that shot off regardless of how the defense plays.
Adebayo sets a screen. Pass to Ware for 3. Hits the trifecta. Ware's got 9.
And making the extra pass. Wiggins' teammates appreciate his willingness to get it to them when they're uncovered.
Maxey against Hero. Kicks it to George. Oubre, a screen on Wiggins. George passes to Oubre. Oh, and he blocks it off the glass. Wow.
And I love the energy on defense. Wiggins working hard to come up with the block right there.
To the inside. The rebound by Maxey. Philadelphia leading by 5. Pass to Grimes. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Wiggins.
He was all over that pass. That's a cautionary tale.
Yeah, and you know they're tracking the tips and deflections because that tells you who's affecting the game.
Now here's George. George, a screen on Adebayo. Just 5 to shoot. Embiid inside. And they force the shot clock violation. Great D.
Miami ball.
Heat trail by 5. Hero, the pass to Burks. Maxey against Hero. From 13. That shot off. 1 second left. That one is off. Joel Embiid. He's feeling it tonight and has been the driving force for... Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And taking a quick look here at the hustle stats for the 76ers.
Well, they're playing with great pace, pushing the ball up the floor and attacking before the defense can get set.
And they've done a tremendous job just creating havoc defensively. Active hands have led to tons of turnovers that they've capitalized on.
We've got George. Joel Embiid is out there with Kelly Oubre. Then it's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. That's the group for Philadelphia to kick off the second quarter. Now here's George. Pass to Embiid. Rebound Miami. This game is so close. 1 or 2 plays could make the difference.
It's so imperative to try to make each trip count.
And Tyrese Maxey gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul. Now here's Burks. Tight defense on him. To the paint. Here's Adebayo. Missed inside.
Oh, this is exactly the kind of opportunity you don't want to waste.
Despite Joel Embiid missing more than half of their games, Grant, the Sixers still won 47 games last season.
Yeah, B.A., and lots of credit goes to Tyrese Maxey, averaging over 26 points a game. Philadelphia also had some good depth, and that really helped.
Well, the defense just dared him to take that one. Poor execution on their part, but they got lucky.
Wiggins outside. That one is cash from Wiggins.
This demonstrates assertiveness. You know Wiggins is feeling it when he's rising and firing like this.
Here's Maxey. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
And defensively, that's just not going to cut it.
For Miami, they've got 2 of 3 shots to go in the second. And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Here's a great quote from Coach Eric Spoelstra, who said, "The Miami Heat culture is a system based on discipline and hard work. We stand for something. That's competition. That's winning. We feel that there's a championship DNA that you can develop." And Brian, they walk the walk.
One of the great organizations in the league, Allie. Now here's Burks. Still without a bucket. Outside Maxey. Here's Grimes, defended by Burks. Embiid, a screen on Hero. Pass to Embiid. Fires for 3. Miami grabs the miss. Here's Ware. Hero outside. And he's going for the oop here. Out of bounds. It'll be Philadelphia's ball.
I don't know what the heck happened there. That's just a careless turnover.
The Sixers leading. Here's Maxey. Oh, misses the dunk.
I think this is a rare case of being overcommitted. He tried to go all out at the rim, and they stifled him.
Outside Oubre. Here's Embiid. Rebound Miami. Adebayo's got his 4th rebound in this one. Wiggins with the inside bucket. Nice. Well, Grant, with players getting bigger and more athletic, do you support moving the restricted area out?
Yeah, B.A., I would. We've seen a lot of injuries when defenders slide underneath elevated players on the drive. So cutting down that risk makes a lot of sense.
And a closer look here at the scoring breakdown for the Heat.
Well, the way they've been attacking inside is phenomenal. Consistently getting high percentage looks, and that's what great offenses are all about.
And from the jump, they've also clearly been focused on running effective plays here tonight. And there's been a lot of high-quality distribution from them on the floor.
Now here's Maxey. And here's Embiid. Inside. Clock at 6. George outside. Looking to get back on track. Embiid can't hit.
And he just hasn't been able to get it going this period.
Well, the offense has to look for ways to get him easier shots, better selections. You have to be set up for success.
Now here's Wiggins. 9 points in the game. Tries to keep it alive. Pass to Hero. Lots of room. It's rebounded by George. And Maxey's got the ball here for the Philadelphia 76ers. It's a 3-point game. Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
Terrific ball movement leading to the basket. You love to see it.
It's stolen by Oubre. Embiid, high post. Back to George. 6 on the shot clock. Oh, Embiid with the flush.
Yeah, Embiid can throw it down from anywhere. So much power for the big fella.
5-second differential between the shot clock and game clock. Has to Ware. Rebound by Philadelphia. They've led by as much as 10. And Andrew Wiggins gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game.
Second team foul.
Maxey against Hero. Here's Grimes. And here's Oubre. George feels it out a bit. And the first half comes to an end. We've got a close game going here. The Sixers on top. Yep, thanks very much, Allie. We'll be back soon to start the second half of basketball. And if you're just joining us, we played through the first half in a game that's been fairly even so far. Boy, you look at Joel Embiid. He's playing really well right now.
Through the first 2 quarters, he's been on fire. Explosive offensive performance.
Yeah, and in terms of slowing him down, I think they're going to have to change things up. Give him some different looks.
And on the floor for Eric Spoelstra starting the second half. Bam Adebayo is out there with Andrew Wiggins. Then there's Tyler Hero. Then there's Alec Burks. And it's Ware in at the 5. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball. Embiid with it. 5 to shoot. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. Lets it go, and the shot clock expires. 24-second violation.
Well, that one stings. In a game where every possession counts, he just gave one away.
Hero against Maxey. Here's Ware. The rebound by Embiid. The Sixers trailing. George left side. Pass to Grimes. Back to George. Embiid, a screen on Wiggins. Embiid with it. There's the 3. The rebound by Ware. Ware's got 5 rebounds tonight. And your first NBA coaching job was with the Miami Heat stamp. That was as an assistant back in the 90s, just a few years ago.
Yeah, just a few, Brian. And the Heat have changed a lot. The game has changed a lot over those years. Look, back then the Heat were probably the most physical team in the NBA, and it was just knockdown, drag-out fights all the time.
Yeah, good things happen when Embiid has the ball in his hands. I mean, this guy can do it all.
Hero outside, and there's the lob.
The great read between those two guys. The defense didn't stand a chance, B.A.
These two teammates right here, Grant, they are connected. That shot wide open. George has got 8.
Yeah, good luck stopping that. When PG is hitting the pull-up with his size and hops, you just got to tip your hat.
Oubre against Adebayo. Hero outside. 5 on the clock. The Heat need to get one up in a hurry. To the middle. And he throws it down. What a terrific lead pass.
And that's got to hurt. A turnover for a free run at the rim.
And now we know who has the momentum.
A sequence like that really does sting. I'll tell you that much.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
Paul George spent some time talking about his idol. He said, the person who motivated me as a kid was Kobe Bryant. Growing up in Southern California, watching him every day, I wanted to emulate him. I attacked the game the same way he did, trying to work on every deficiency, play both ends, and be a competitor.
His impact lives on, Allie. Wiggins outside. Burks passes to Adebayo. There's a screen by Wiggins. Oh, and he got fouled on his way up. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. A multiple-time All-Star. What aspect of Adebayo's game, Stan, catches your eye nightly?
Well, Brian, I'd say it's not one thing. He's a very complete player. He can rebound, defend, pass, score. This guy does it all.
And by all accounts, a great teammate as well.
That's exactly right.
Here's Grimes, defended by Burks. Screen by Embiid, knocked loose. Wiggins outside, the 3-ball. And Grimes pulls it down.
I can't believe he missed that 3. Regardless, that's not a shot the defense should be giving.
There's a minute 26 left in the third quarter. It's tipped. Now here's Burks. No made baskets yet. He's getting his first free throw attempts of the night now.
Second personal foul.
Ties it up, and his next one could give him the lead.
At the line for the Heat, Alec Burks.
And the free throw is good. Now leading by 1. A minute 15 left in the third. For 3, Maxey. Rebound Miami. Ware's got 6 rebounds here tonight. Up top, Hero. Pass to Ware. And the officials whistle a foul on the shot. The bucket is good, and he'll go to the line.
And you have to love the focus. He gets hit, but converts it anyway.
76ers trail by 4. And here's Oubre from the arc. The rebound by Wiggins. Miami's gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the third. And the foul called on Paul George. So that'll be his second foul of the game. We're in the bonus. He'll go to the line to shoot 2. He's gone 2 for 2 at the line so far. That one misses. 2 for 1 opportunity if they can time it right.
Great way to end the quarter.
To end the run. The rebound by Ware. Ware's got 7 rebounds in the game. Hero on the wing. 5 points in the game. No good from outside. He got his defender off his feet with a pump fake, but couldn't knock it down. Embiid passes to George. Takes a big high bounce and goes in. George has got 5 points now in the quarter.
With how good PG-13's jumper is, that is an easy make.
Adebayo from long range. Oh, it would have counted. Harden had it fallen, but it is offline. And we've just finished the... And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
You know, I'm kind of stoked that this was a choice because I love this pass. A remarkable find. He put his court vision on full display.
Yeah, he puts that pass right on the money and made things look easy for his teammates.
Well, this has been a great contest so far. I imagine the fourth quarter could have more action in store for us. And so it's Nick Nurse calling timeout here. He's decided it's time to clarify the situation, leaving little room for error. Gives us a chance to catch up with Allie LaForce.
I was able to listen in on what Nick Nurse had to say to the team. He told them, this is the passion. I want us to play with it every night. Now my question is, how are we going to finish? Are we going to be passive, or are we going to take what's ours? Guys, back to you.
All right, appreciate it, Allie. They've got Tyrese Maxey, Paul George out there with Andre Drummond. Then it's Joel Embiid, and it's Grimes in at the two-guard position. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Embiid can't hit. Miami shooting 44%, a pretty decent clip. Robinson for three. Fires in the triple. Robinson's gotten himself going here. His first points of the game on the deep ball. 76ers trail by 3. Outside Maxey. 4-3. Yes, and it's Embiid picking up the assist. Embiid's got 3 assists now in this one.
You kind of saw this coming. Maxey had to at least try to one-up them.
Hero against Maxey. Adebayo sets a screen. Soft touch off the glass.
It's winning time, and that's a winning play.
The 76ers have gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. And he makes no mistake. Slam dunk.
Such an explosive athlete. Maxey saw his chance and took it right to the rim.
Robinson passes to Hero. Pass to Wiggins. Shot clock at 6. Right side Robinson. Joel Embiid pulls it down. The 76ers have gone 3 of 4 in the fourth and looking confident on offense. Now Drummond. Gets the bucket and the foul. It goes on Bam Adebayo.
Yeah, I love the aggressiveness from Drummond. Fighting for his shot while taking the foul.
And a look at how the hustle game has been going for Philadelphia.
Well, the defense hasn't done nearly a good enough job of getting back in transition, and they've taken advantage, racking up fast break points against them.
Well, they've also been impressive, forcing a ton of mistakes. Not only that, but converting those mistakes into points on the other end.
Hero finds Robinson. There's a screen. Inside, Ware. Philadelphia grabs the miss. Embiid's got rebound number 8 here already in the game. Here's George, and George with the jam.
This team counts on George to deliver points. His consistency under pressure is key to their offense.
Maxey against Hero. Pass to Robinson to halt the run. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got rebound number 9 now. What an effort here tonight. Drummond passes to Maxey. Now here's Embiid. He's closely guarded to the paint. Here's George. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Embiid's got his 4th assist with that last one.
And they're building up steam, getting out in front and trying not to look back.
Well, look, we've seen that no lead is safe these days. You got to keep scoring and extending that margin.
George outside. Pass to Embiid. Now Drummond. Here's Grimes. It's George on the wing. And And yes, it's good. He's 7 for 8 now.
And they're putting together another quality possession, taking control of this game.
And if you're going to pull away, now is the time to do it. Time to finish the game strong.
Adebayo against Maxey. And finished off by Adebayo. Here's Drummond. And the jam by Drummond.
Leaving nothing to chance. This run shutting the door.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
And great job to establish position and square up.
First team foul.
Now Philadelphia with it. They've allowed just 7 points here in the fourth. Here's Maxey. Miami grabs the miss. 7-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Robinson on the wing. Off target from three-point range. Now Philadelphia with it. They're on a 19-7 run. Pass to Grimes. This one for 3. Here's Embiid. Goes up again. Yep, that one's good. And the 76ers lead by 11. It's stolen by Maxey from deep three-point range. Offensive rebound. Here's the 3. Got a piece of it. So it's the 76ers winning this one easily. All right, Allie, thank you. And that'll do it, folks. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Coach.
And a look behind the curtain here. Final preparations for the challenge ahead. Hi, everyone. Thanks for joining us on one thing, Doors, that should attract a lot of attention in this game. That matchup at the guard position. That is going to be special.
Well, that's the point of attack on both ends of the floor, and it's always fun to see skilled and capable guards duel it out. It is like watching a great chess match.
So let's take a look at the starters for the Dallas Mavericks. We've got Derek Lively. Klay Thompson is out there with Kyrie Irving. Then it's Anthony Davis, and it's Exum in at the 3 spot.
That is pure from Kyrie. Fantastic working off the catch.
Philadelphia moving the ball around. Maxey against Irving. Pass to Embiid from downtown. And Davis pulls it down. Over Drummond. And stolen by Drummond. Here's Grimes. Embiid kicks to George. And it's George finishing it off.
Oh, yes, sir. PJ making it look easy.
And just over a minute played here in the start of the game. And while we've got a moment, let's send it over to our terrific reporter, David Aldridge. David?
Kevin, thank you. I had a chance to talk with head coach Nick Nurse. Now, when it came to Kyrie Irving, coach said trying to contain him tonight won't be easy. He told me Kyrie is a fantastic player, but I feel confident that our guys will be all over him tonight. Pretty strong words, guys.
Thank you, David.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely great. That makes the turnover even more painful.
At the end of the day, though, it's 2 points. Don't hang your heads. Let's get refocused and play with more patience.
A nice shot by George.
Now, Paul George's shooting form is just so pretty. This guy's ability to make shots so easy.
Well, we know, GA, the Mavs are so adept at running the matchups they want. They're patient and methodical.
They never look like they're in a rush, right? Even when you send a double or trap the ball, the Mavs stay calm and know where to go. It's what makes slowing down their pick and roll so difficult. And he's not going to miss that sort of an opportunity from deep.
Irving passes to Thompson. Now, here's Exum, defended by George. Pass to Irving. Down to 5 on the shot clock. That one goes. Count it.
You see the offensive force that is Kyrie Irving. Sometimes it's his scoring. Right there, it's his passing.
Philadelphia's gone 2 of 4 from beyond the arc to start the game. Maxey kicks to Embiid. And the call is going to be... Yes, it is. An illegal screen.
Beyond the leaning, you could see his feet weren't set on that screen. Easy call.
You know, he's just leaning a little bit. You try to get away with it, but boy, the official all over it.
Now, here is Irving. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up. Greg, you love this topic more than anyone when you think about the best ball handlers of all time. Where does Kyrie Irving rank on your list?
Well, you know, I think, Kevin, he's at the very top. I've never seen anyone else pull off some of the things he does. Certainly makes a strong case for the best ever.
Boy, you'd love to see this level of awareness from a big like Drummond. How about that feed to his teammate?
Here's Lively. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Into the lane. And Davis throws it down.
He's just beating everybody to the board, using his length, his skill set. The big fella Davis getting it done.
Maxey kicks to Embiid. Lots of room. And the rebound goes to the Mavericks.
Boy, he was wide open. You wonder, did he overthink it? That's a missed opportunity.
Thompson passes to Davis. Good D by Embiid.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Tyrese Maxey. That's foul number 2 for him.
Really just a great play to sacrifice his body and take the charge.
Irving looking over the floor. In the corner, Lively with it. Pass to Thompson. Exum with it. Now here's Davis, defended by Drummond. And finished off by Davis.
Yeah, the added muscle Davis has put on, helping him on these tough finishes. Flexing on him there.
Kicks it out to Maxey. And Davis pulls it down. Davis has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Shot and game clock separated by 5. Here's Thompson. Tries again. Davis with the bucket. Davis has got 10 points.
And just a good job of getting a high percentage look. Davis knows how to put himself in position to attack.
Irving dishes to Davis. And Davis throws it down.
There is an imagination, a creativity. This guy's passing drives the offense.
To the paint. Here's Embiid. And that'll be 2 free throws coming up. Officials on the call with the foul.
That's his
first trip to the line for him here.
This season, 88% on the line, so he has been in a comfort zone.
And Embiid drops them both.
Well, he's got a great stroke from the line. That's not something we can say about all the league's big guys.
Anthony Davis firing on all cylinders for Dallas. Scoring, rebounding. He was up. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And now we'll get perspective here on how the hustle game has been going for the Mavericks.
And they've made a point of pounding the offensive boards, turning those rebounds into points. It's been a great effort.
Another big component of their early game tonight has been points off turnovers. Great job converting on those chances.
On the floor for Dallas, Derek Lively is out there with Anthony Davis. Then there's Dante Exum. Then there's Irving. And it's Thompson in at the shooting guard position. And the dunk by Embiid.
And check out Embiid's athleticism. Just because he's big doesn't mean he can't move.
Davis with a screen on George. Exum kicks to Thompson. Trying to find Davis. He's got it now. Shot clock at 6. There's the 3. Good! Thompson makes it look so easy.
Can we give Klay Thompson some credit here? There's a number of ways to score off the pick and roll, and he's got every one at his disposal.
And it's Exum in the corner. Some nice passing here by Dallas. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Pass to Davis. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. Andre Drummond picks one up.
And one of the best big men in the game, Davis continuing to prove how dominant he is.
So he hits 1 of 2 from the stripe. Greg, as you were saying, beyond the blocks, what makes Anthony Davis special on defense is the way he navigates the floor.
Kevin, most bigs can get picked on in pick and roll action. Davis, though, too quick and smart to take advantage of. He can slip screens, hedge, switch, and recover like he's a 3-and-D wing.
Here's Embiid. Anthony Davis grabs the miss. Davis has got his 7th rebound of the game with that last one. Maxey against Thompson. Going inside. Pass to Lively. Here's Davis. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. Here's Grimes, covered by Irving. We're now about 2 minutes into the second quarter. Embiid, no good.
And even without that 3-ball dropping for him, the defense should have done more on that last play.
Davis, the pass to Thompson. Davis with a screen on Maxey. Thompson, back to Davis. No good on the shot. Good D by Embiid. The 76ers trail by 5. And good, as it just snugs right down through the net.
And Embiid being assertive offensively, wasting no time in getting that one.
Irving passes to Lively. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Pass to Davis. It's Drummond with the rebound. And it's Drummond with the ball. He'll bring it up for Philadelphia. No one near Maxey as he lets it fly. That's in, coming off the assist from Embiid.
The shortest 3 in the game, Maxey solid from that corner.
Irving drives in. And good that time. Irving's got 7. Doris, I know the NBA is considering using technology to help officiate out of bounds and goaltending. Do you have a problem with that?
You know, Kev, at the end of the day, I think it is about getting the calls right. If there's a way to lift the load off these officials, even if it's around the margins, why not try it?
To the inside. Here's Davis. Davis doing his thing inside.
And we've seen several lead changes tonight. Neither team giving an inch.
And right now you love the chess match, right? The ability of each side to adjust to what the other is doing.
Embiid wide open. And that won't go, missing the go-ahead bucket. On the wing, Thompson. Davis setting the pick for Exum. Pass to Lively. Here's Davis. It's hauled in by the 76ers. Grimes passes to Drummond. Drummond with a screen on Lively. Back to Drummond. And Drummond throws it down.
Once Drummond gets the ball there, you can kiss it goodbye.
The Mavericks have gone 3 of 8 from the field since the beginning of the second quarter. Here's Lively. And there's the drive. And Embiid with the block. And it goes out of bounds. Last touch by Embiid. Paul George with the steal.
And this will be the last possession of the quarter if they're patient.
Well, it's amazing. If you finish quarters the right way, it can have such a great impact on the outcome of a game.
Drummond sets the screen for Embiid. Embiid driving. And the dunk by Embiid.
Oh, the big fella throwing it down hard.
Here's Irving. Here he goes. And oh boy, a lot of contact there, but he gets the call and will shoot 2. That one on Maxey. These are his 3rd and 4th free throw attempts of the game.
Gotta admire what he's been able to do at the free throw line this season. How about over 90%? And that's another area where he is just a superb player, excellent at the free throw line.
A big-time effort for Joel Embiid, providing a lot of energy for the field. Thank you, David, and we'll be right back after halftime to start the third quarter. See you in just a bit.
Direct your attention to center court and get ready for the fan half-court shot.
And as we get into this third quarter, as we've seen so far, neither team able to create much separation on the scoreboard yet. You know, Davis has been exceptional here, guys.
And he's been a monster in this game, throwing down some huge dunks. And I wasn't sure the rim would even survive in that first half.
His power is unbelievable, an intimidating force when he's at his best.
Paul George is out there with Joel Embiid. Then there's Andre Drummond. Then there's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Outside Irving. And Embiid with the block.
So agile at 7 feet. Embiid covers a lot of territory.
A shot by Thompson, and no one's around. And that comes off the assist by Exum. Thompson's got the first basket of the second half. That one for the Mavs. Embiid sets the pick for Maxey. Takes it inside. Now Embiid, 13 points in the game. Sinks the three-pointer. Grimes has got himself going with the triple, his first basket of the game.
And guys getting into a nice groove here, starting to feel it.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
However you feel about Kyrie Irving, you cannot deny, Doris, he is an elite player still.
Kevin, there are many who consider Kyrie Irving to be the greatest finishing guard in the history of the game. I mean, left hand, right hand, a little bit of English and polish, big shot maker. And what I love for Kyrie Irving right now is he seems content and happy.
George sets a screen for Embiid. Outside for George. Shoots the 3. And Lively pulls it down. And so it's Irving. He brings it up for the Dallas Mavericks. The lead is 2. Now here's Exum. D right on him. On the wing, Irving. Left side, Davis. Shot clock at 5. And it's Joel Embiid with the rebound. Embiid's got his 6th rebound on the night. And George with the stuff.
Boy, you have got to love the energy Paul George is playing, but throws the hammer down.
Dallas has gone 3 of 5 from beyond the arc so far tonight. Thompson finds Irving. Lively, a screen on Maxey. Irving passes to Lively. Misses from short range. Philadelphia's gone 1 of 3 from downtown since halftime. And Dante Exum picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him.
That's his second personal foul. First team foul.
Well, we're into the third quarter, just over 2.5 minutes played. Embiid in the corner. Grimes passes to Embiid. Outside, Maxey. Some nice ball movement here by the 76ers. Just 2 to shoot, and Davis sends it back.
At this point, finding blocks comes naturally for AD. He just anticipates and attacks the basketball.
Second team foul.
On defense, Philadelphia.
2 minutes remaining in the third.
And it's Exum in the corner.
Well, not only is he a tremendous athlete, but Paul George is a terrific positional defender. He just uses that body so well to contest shots.
The 76ers have been perfect at the line so far, albeit just 2 for 2. And that drops, so they now lead by 1.
At the line for your Sixers.
And good on the second, so he makes them both. The Mavericks have gone only 1 of 6 from the field in the third quarter. Not how they pictured the half started. Irving passes to Lively. On the wing, Thompson. Out to the right wing. George with the steal. 3-on-3. Pass to Embiid. George with the screen on Lively. Embiid, the pass to George. Back to Embiid. 6 on the shot clock. The 76ers need to hammer it home! Hammer it home, baby!
That is authority right there.
Now, Lively. And it's Grimes with the rebound.
It's all about the defense right there. Without that level of activity, he probably scores it.
And they'll get another chance. Drummond passes to Grimes. Now here's Embiid. He's got 15, and he comes up with the deuce. Embiid's got the lead up to 6 now for the 76ers. Dallas has gone 3 of 6 tonight when they've let it fly from downtown. Lively the pass to Irving. They could use a bucket. That one's rebounded by Embiid. Embiid's got rebound number 8 now on the night. Just 2 seconds between shot clock and game clock. George dishes to Embiid. Grimes passes to Drummond. Irving finds Exum. Thompson for 3. And no good on the last second attempt this time. And so it's Philadelphia with a 6-point lead at the end of the... And I know I speak for all of us when I say I can't wait to see what kind of finish awaits us here in the fourth quarter. Philadelphia leading by 6. On the floor for Dallas starting the fourth quarter here. Davis is out there with Derek Lively. Then there's Irving. And there's Klay Thompson. And it's Exum in at the small forward position. Back to George. Pass to Embiid. Here's Grimes. And it's off from 3-point range. Mavericks trail by 6. Irving with it. Maxey covering. Davis setting the pick for Irving. Davis with it. Back to Irving. Now Exum. On the wing, Irving. And that comes off the assist by Exum. Exum's got his 3rd assist on the night.
Well, solid work from Kyrie right there. This guy never fears going against bigger players. His shot making too good.
Here's Maxey. Off the mark there with the 3-point shot.
And really, for some reason, just not a big part of their offense today. Hard to get into a rhythm when you're getting so few opportunities at the rim.
Back to Irving. Lively is screen on Maxey. Irving takes to Exum. Pass to Davis. Out of bounds. Philadelphia takes possession.
And that's just carelessness there. I mean, you have got to have your head in the game.
Daniel Gafford's checked in for Dallas. Axie on the wing. He's covered by Thompson. We're just over a minute and a half now into the fourth. And stolen by Irving. Here's Exum, and he drives in. Count it.
Well, if you've got speed, use it. Dante Exum carves up the defense on the way to the cup.
Pass to Drummond. It's stolen by Davis. Irving against Maxey. To tie it up. Irving can't hit.
Yeah, but the hand in the face, it's critical that you contest his shots every time down the floor.
Embiid, the pass to Maxey. Fires from deep. It's good from long range. And the 76ers lead by 5.
Take your focus off Maxey for 1 second, and he will let it fly from out there.
And Davis can't get it to go. The 76ers have gone 1 of 3 from the field to start the fourth quarter. George passes to Grimes. And Drummond kicks to Maxey. Another 3 for Philadelphia.
And one of the many ways Maxey can hurt you with his shooting, lightning fast on that release.
High post, Davis. Davis with a screen on George. Back to Davis. And stolen by Drummond. To the left side wing. Grimes. Chance there to push it to double digits, but it's off the mark. Irving passes to Gafford. Embiid with the steal. Guys, a good chance for them to slow it down.
Yeah, they definitely should use some clock here.
George with the bucket. And we'll get a look at how the hustle stat game has been going for the 76ers.
I like their defense today, and we don't talk about that side of the ball enough. You can really change a game when you get a bunch of steals and get out in transition.
They've also been scoring on the break, but how difficult it is to get buckets in the half court. Anytime you can push the ball in transition for easy ones, that's big time.
And a little over 3.5 minutes in the books so far here in the fourth.
And this is the beauty of Embiid's game. He has a shot from anywhere on the floor.
Irving from long range. Dallas, no good that time either.
Sometimes you just have an off day, and this is one of those games for him.
76ers moving the ball around. George from deep three-point land comes up short with his 12th attempt. He has made 8 shots.
And so only one team answered the bell tonight, guys. Not a monster blowout by any means, but still a double-digit victory for the 76ers.
A beautiful pass doesn't always get you on the highlight reels, but there were some spectacular dishes in this game.
You know what? It was a team that was in sync and just trusted one another to take the right shots.
And you know, looking back at all the contributions tonight, it was a really phenomenal all-around game for Joel Embiid.
This guy has been shot-making all night long. He commands the rock and takes over.
And the officials calling for a 3-second violation.
Sixers ball.
Here's Maxey. It's rebounded by Dallas. Outside Irving. Just 5 to shoot. To halt the run. Offensive rebound. So it's Philadelphia winning this one easily. They won this game going away. They were the better basketball team by far tonight.
And you got to commend this sort of dominance, particularly here at home. It's a great feeling when you play almost a perfect game and to have that crowd be so pumped up.
And now let's check in with David Aldridge reporting from the sideline for our player of the game. David, take it away.
Hey, Kevin, thank you. Joel, in the past, you've had some critics.
Thanks so much, David. Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, and the rest of our
should we expect in a veteran-heavy matchup like this?
You know, B.A., it typically means we'll get a clean game. These guys have been around for a while and know how to take care of the basketball.
And the Milwaukee starting five. Giannis Antetokounmpo is out there with Bobby Portis. Then there's Damian Lillard. Then there's Prince. And it's Lopez in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. And here is Maxey. George outside. Embiid is screen on Antetokounmpo. Pass to Embiid. Off the mark there with a three. And so it's Antetokounmpo with it. He brings it up for the Milwaukee Bucks. Lillard passes to Portis. Misses the three.
And just terrible defense. I don't know how he missed that shot.
Now here's Embiid. Here's Grimes. Down low. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Portis down low. Here's Lillard. Kicks it out to Antetokounmpo. To the inside. Portis. And then Portis with the dunk.
Adding insult to injury with the dunk off the steal.
Nice to see a good play on D. That led to some fireworks.
Once he poked it away, you knew what was on his mind.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
With an MVP trophy under his belt, Joel Embiid has only become more dominant, RJ.
I think that 2023 MVP increased his confidence. It allowed him to feel like he really was the best player in the world. And I think it motivated him to keep pushing himself. And the results speak for themselves because the stats, they back that up.
Now here's George. George is screen on Portis. Here's Embiid. That one doesn't drop. Great D that time from Antetokounmpo. Lillard finds Portis. That one won't fall. He's 1 for 3 on the day. Philadelphia has gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. Down low. Embiid against Lopez. 6 to shoot. Drummond, the screen on Lopez. Embiid with it. Portis picks him up. Embiid misses. The Bucks have gone just 2 for 4 from the floor. Antetokounmpo, the pass to Lopez.
Talk about strength and athletic ability. Lopez can maneuver against his opponents down low.
Outside Maxey. Here's Grimes. Pass to George. Embiid, a screen on Lopez. Drummond passes to Grimes. Kicks it to George. Shoots over Lopez. They get it again.
2 minutes remaining in the first.
Another shot. Embiid misses.
That's the shot you hope for. Right at the rim. Just couldn't capitalize.
Prince, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Lillard outside. Pulls it. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast. The timing on the rejection, Embiid's feel for when to go after blocks is ridiculous.
To the middle. And stolen by Antetokounmpo. Pass to Portis. From the arc. Gets the three to fall. Portis has got 5.
He just makes it look so easy on offense. Like, who takes pleasure in torturing defenses? He does.
Sinks it from distance.
And you got to appreciate the competitive fire on display. It's almost like George says, you make one on me, I'm coming back at you for revenge.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. Portis, the pass to Antetokounmpo. Back to Portis. And Embiid with the block. And he gets it back. Antetokounmpo. Bam!
Good decision making. Scopes the situation, puts the pass right on the mark.
George drives in. Oh, and the dunk by George!
And just not letting the tough defense stifle him. I mean, George gets the shot he wants. Hustle pays dividends, I'll tell you. And when it's getting you to the line like that, whew, man, what a night.
24 seconds left to play in the first. Lillard deciding where to go with it. Here's Lopez. Yes, great play by Lillard to set it up.
And using that size to his advantage. I mean, I like it when Lopez establishes himself inside and looks to capitalize.
Pass to Embiid. Drummond with the screen. With 1 on the clock. And at the end of 1, a closely contested game so far. Milwaukee. And some good action in the books as we get back to a game that's been pretty close so far here. And a moment to check out the scoring breakdown for the Bucks.
So far, they haven't had to force anything. They're swinging the ball around and turning good passing into points.
And something else I've noticed is how they've been able to cause turnovers and take advantage of them on the offensive end, not wasting those extra chances at all.
They've got Andre Drummond. Joel Embiid is out there with Paul George. Then it's Maxey, and it's Grimes in at the shooting guard position. That's the group on the floor for Philadelphia. Milwaukee in the lead. Here's Antetokounmpo. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. It's George on the wing, defended by Lillard. And now we have an intentional foul. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, bizarre play, B.A. Not sure what got into him.
Embiid drawing the double team. Oh, Embiid with the flush.
Now, I understand he's a large human, but the defense has to be better. You can't let Embiid get whatever he wants inside.
Now here's Antetokounmpo. That shot missing. A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
Brian, the Sixers' 2 stars make a great pairing. Maxey said of Embiid, since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me. And Embiid said of Maxey, he's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else. Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you. Richard, you evolved as a shooter over the course of your career. Talk about developing shooting in the NBA game.
Well, it dictates what kind of offense you can run. You don't need a bunch of good shooters, but if you've only got 1 or 2, your interior play better be strong.
Quarter number 2 with just over a minute to play. Inside, Embiid. Oh, just couldn't take the lid off. They had their chances, came up empty. Maxey against Lillard. Pass to Portis. He buries it from 3. Portis has got 8 points.
And I love the balance for Lillard between scoring and passing. That time finding his teammate for the great look.
And here's Embiid. The 3 is up. Rebounded by Lopez.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. He just missed it.
Portis outside. And the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Drummond. And Grant, the combination of Giannis and Lillard, one of the most fearsome pick-and-roll tandems the league has ever seen.
You're spot on, B.A. You surround them with shooting, and you have the makings of an offensive juggernaut.
Rebound by Philadelphia. Embiid's got 4 rebounds in the game. And the ball out of play. The Bucks will have it. Milwaukee has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Lillard against Maxey. Lopez. Knocked away. Lillard passes to Portis. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Ooh, Giannis using his length inside.
When they get their opportunity to punch it inside, they don't hesitate.
Pass to Grimes. Here's Drummond. Drummond with the screen. Oh, it's blocked by Lopez.
Just an effective shot blocker. Lopez using all of that 7 feet, and he does a great job of picking his spots.
It's good. George has got 4 points now in the quarter.
Gotta fight harder to get over those screens.
Yeah, as soon as these guys feel contact, they are just disappearing like they're not even there. You gotta show some fire and keep defending.
Now here's Maxey. Pass to Grimes. And there's 1:45 left in the second. Here's Embiid. Rejected by Lopez. And he stays with it. Here's Grimes. Good chance here for Drummond. And no good. Had a chance to take the lead. To the paint. Three-pointer Embiid. Philadelphia, the rebound. Pass to Drummond. George, a screen on Lillard. And for some reason, he decided to foul there.
Yeah, B.A., that's an odd move. Maybe there's something else behind it. You don't want to stop the clock right there. I'm not quite sure what he was thinking.
Now here's George. He's got 10. Embiid missing again.
Another miss from him, struggling to find his rhythm.
Portis right side. Lillard outside. Portis the screen. The shot. And the Bucks miss again.
Credit the defensive effort there, not giving him room to operate.
George outside. "36 seconds left in the first half of this game. Clock at 6. Down low. Lopez with the steal. Here's Antetokounmpo. It's rebounded by George. The Sixers trailing. Pass to Embiid. George, a screen on Portis. Embiid passes to George. Good. And the assist to Embiid. Embiid's got 3 assists now in this one. Already 5 lead changes here.
Speaks to how evenly matched these teams have been thus far.
It'll count. And it's in! Oh! Nails the buzzer beater! Are you kidding?
Great job ending the quarter on a high note.
Thank you, Allie. Good stuff. We will be right back after this break for the beginning of the third quarter. We've got second half action for you, and if the next couple of quarters are similar to the first, this one could go down to the last possession. Paul George has been sensational.
Yeah, they've done an amazing job of creating room to operate for him, and then, of course, executing.
I like how they came into this one with a game plan, and they're just going out and executing it. Terrific job.
On the court right now for the Bucks. Damian Lillard out there with Prince. Then it's Giannis Antetokounmpo. Then it's Bobby Portis. And it's Lopez in at the center position. And Embiid throws it down.
The big man out ahead. Embiid, I see you showing those wheels.
An MVP in this league, Richard. Joel Embiid. Is there any way to slow this guy down?
The answer, no, BA. There is no way to slow him down. He's got the unique ability of size, skill, athleticism. You name it, he's got it.
Prince grabs the miss.
And the defense did just enough to bother that dunk attempt.
Oh, it's blocked. It deflects off the backboard. Fast break, Philadelphia. George outside. Drummond, the screen on Portis. George passes to Grimes. Sinks the tray. And the 76ers lead by 5.
A quality pass, setting up a quality shot. It's just textbook basketball.
For 3, here's Lillard. Drummond grabs the miss. Drummond's got 5 rebounds tonight. Here he goes. Lays it up and banks it in. Now it's a 7-point 76ers lead.
If the defense lets him inside, he will not hesitate. He'll gladly drop that thing right in the cup.
Just a selfless play by Giannis. He knows all eyes are on him, so he dishes to a ready shooter.
Kicks it to George. Embiid against Antetokounmpo. Back to George. The kick out to Maxey. Got it off in time to beat the shot clock, but it's no good. Bucks trail by 5. To the inside. Here's Lillard. Some solid defense from Maxey. Philadelphia has gone 4 of 8 from 3. A nice percentage. And the jam by George.
You gotta like the momentum on George's drive. Cutting into the defense and clearing himself a path.
Lopez finds Prince. And down it goes. Jam that one home.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
And that could be the spark they needed to make a little run as they try to even this thing up.
Have the space there, but it's offline.
And I'm surprised that didn't go down. I mean, I'm sure he is too.
Inside. Embiid inside. Portis on him. Embiid can't hit. The Bucks trail by 5. Well, Grant, from roster to coaching changes, the Bucks have been trying to become an even more elite team.
Yeah, teams are always tinkering now these days, BA. The Bucks know they are a high-level team, but they want to dominate the competition on another level.
And the jam by Antetokounmpo.
He finds a shooter in motion and is confident he can thread him with the lead pass. Well done.
Drummond passes to George. Now here's Embiid. Back to George. Pass to Embiid. Late clock. The Sixers need to put one up here. Rejected by Antetokounmpo. Oh, and a fast break for the Bucks. Here's Prince. The rebound by Embiid. Embiid's got 6 rebounds in the game. Prince against Drummond. Here's Grimes. The Sixers with another miss. The Bucks trail by 3. 40 seconds left in the third quarter. Portis, the pass to Lopez. Lopez, the screen on Drummond. Antetokounmpo outside. Look at Giannis playing big inside against contact.
And look at Giannis using his length inside, allowing him to beat the contact and get the finish.
The offensive rebound. Drummond passes to Embiid. There's a 4-second difference between the shot and game clock. To get back on track. And it's good on the layup. Embiid's got 6 points in the quarter.
Assertive move. You can tell the game's heating up a bit.
And here's Lillard from beyond the arc. Oh, no good on the last second attempt there. We're at the end of the third quarter, and we've still got a close one. And with these teams locked in a very close contest, this fourth quarter promises to be a good one. And so Lillard will bring it up for Milwaukee. It's a 3-point game. Joel Embiid is out there with George. Then it's Andre Drummond. Then it's Maxey. And it's Grimes in at the 2-guard spot. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. Lopez. And it's Lopez with the jam.
And plays like that one can make the difference in a close game.
And it definitely got the bench on their feet, too.
And you can feel the jolt of energy that he sent through his team. That is a huge boost in a tight game like this.
And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair.
That's his such a physical player. Hard not to get into it with Embiid when you're covering him.
All right, guys, what do you think so far on the offensive approach for the 76ers?
All game long, they've been making it rain from the arc. And look, they've done it by feeding the hot hands.
And we also got to talk about the number of points they've scored in transition. Just jumping all over the opposition in this regard.
tried to bank it in, but it misses. The Sixers leading. Here's Maxey. And he drops in the layup off the glass.
Nice work on the interior. Maxey looks so composed amongst those trees.
Lillard against Maxey. Lopez, the screen on Maxey. Lillard. Rebound by Philadelphia. Drummond's got his 8th rebound here tonight. Here's George. And George with the jam.
It seems like George could do this all night. He just keeps finding shots.
Just over a minute and a half played here in the fourth. Lillard finds Lopez. Good. And it's Lillard who picks up the assist.
3 points.
Lillard's got 4 assists now tonight.
That's exactly the kind of shooting you need down the stretch to win games.
Now here's Drummond. Pass to Grimes. Drummond with the screen. Free throw line jumper. Grimes' shot is off. The Bucks trail by 3. Portis left side. Now here's Antetokounmpo. George defending. Oh, he muscles it in through the contact. They call the foul, and he's on his way to the line.
And you can see early on that Giannis wanted to be aggressive. I mean, he's taken over at the offensive end.
The 76ers have gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. Maxey on the wing, defended by Lillard. Screened by Embiid. Maxey passes to Embiid. George is screen on Portis. And so it's going to be a 3-second violation there on the defense.
Sixers ball.
And the technical free throw is good.
What I love most about Maxey is his aggressive attitude. When he's out there, he keeps his foot on the gas pedal.
We're in the fourth quarter here. Just under 2.5 minutes gone by. And Embiid throws it down.
I just love the aggressive finish.
I'm thinking he's sending a strong message with that jam. Out left to the wing. Lopez with it. Some solid defense from Drummond. And they go to the intentional foul.
Damian Lillard. That's his 2nd personal foul. 2nd team foul.
We're in the final quarter play here. 3 minutes in. Here's Embiid. It's Milwaukee with a rebound. Lillard outside. Antetokounmpo finds Lillard. Portis with a screen on Maxey. Pass to Prince. And here is Antetokounmpo. 6 on the shot clock. Prince, the pass to Lopez. Out to Lillard. Fires the 3. Some solid defense from Maxey.
You kind of wonder where his head's at. The shot selection hasn't been there. And, of course, that one was just crazy.
Milwaukee with the rebound. Lopez has got 6 rebounds now in the game. Antetokounmpo against George. To the middle. Out to Lillard. Floats one up. And Joel Embiid pulls it down. The 76ers have got 3 of 6 shots to go in this fourth quarter. George passes to Grimes. Maxey surveys. Pass to Drummond. Here's Embiid. George, a screen on Portis. From about 19. Yes!
The guy you want to have the ball. Embiid, this man is a superstar.
Portis outside. Now Lillard to win the drought. And he sinks it. And he's brought them within 2 points now.
Some players shrink when the pressure's on, but he lives for these moments.
Expect them to take their time this trip down.
Yeah, B.A., the clock is theirs to burn.
1 second separating the shot clock and the game clock. Embiid against Portis. And so they choose to intentionally foul.
That's his 3rd personal foul. 3rd team foul.
8 seconds left in the fourth quarter here. Here's Grimes. Fires from deep. Misses the shot. So a close game sees Philadelphia taking this one. That hard alley. Good stuff there. Thanks for that. And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Richard Jefferson, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian